Okay, good evening. This is Huntley Community School District 158, November 3rd, regular board meeting. It is 6:02. Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Gentry, Mr. Guerin,
Here.
Mr. Troy,
Here.
Mr. Quagliano,
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino, here, Mr. Craddy.
Here. Okay, we have a quorum. I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session at 6:02.
Second.
Second from Ms. Maiorino. We have roll call.
Ms. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
We can close session for the next hour. Okay, we're gonna restart, our meeting here. It is 7:06, we're back from closed session. Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Gentry?
Here.
Mr. Garrett?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino? Here. Mr. Gray?
Here. Okay, there is no action out of closed session, so we're on item 4, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. The students from Cheswick. Who's introducing the Cheswick students?
They're up there with. Yep. Yep.
Come on. Come on.
Hello, this is Cheswick Elementary. We have some superhero champs from Champsopolis here tonight who socked it to unhealthy choices by participating in our Red Ribbon Week Healthy Habits Challenge. During this week, they expanded their taste buds by trying new fruits or veggies, spent the evening of screen-free time, and a day of drinking water or milk. They are Nathan Lopez,
Ashlyn. Brooke.
nice job. All right, let's stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, guys, let's go up and get our picture.
Great job, guys. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Great.
Lovely.
Okay, take a couple. Beautiful. Thank you, guys.
Wait, before they leave, can I ask them each one question?
Yes, you can ask them
Yeah, so have them
questions,
go
or
by
you
the-
can come on back. Come on back over to.
Oh, wait, we got one
Okay,
more
one more
picture.
picture, one more picture, one more picture.
Aw,
Okay, got it.
thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, so I'm gonna ask the same question to each of you. Okay, I want to hear what your favorite fruit and vegetable is. So who wants to lead that up? Go first.
What's your favorite fruit or vegetable?
My favorite vegetable would be, I have two,
Okay, name 2.
broccoli and carrots.
All right, you're braver than I am. All right, the broccoli, carrots maybe.
My favorite fruit is strawberry.
Okay, how about vegetable? I want to hear a vegetable.
Corn.
Corn, all right, I'm with you. I'm with you there.
Lettuce. What did you try? You tried a veggie for the first time, remember? A leaf of, you tried a leaf of spinach.
All right.
All right,
Good stuff.
Nathan, give us your favorite fruit or veggie.
Carrot.
Carrot.
All right.
Nice
All
job.
right, like I said, thank you very much.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank
Great
you.
job.
student recognition. Mrs. Bart.
Actually, I'm going to turn this over to Marlo and Heineman. Mr. Johnson will come on up from Marlo, and we have staff from the music department. I see Mr. Ferguson back there. So for Heineman, and they have some special awards and recognition for students in band, orchestra, and choir.
Sure, I will do it. Hi there. We are here representing the middle school students who made it to the District 9 ILMEA Music Honor Band, Choir, and Orchestras this year. So I will start with my student's 7th grader, Aaron Reeves. He is representing Heineman for the Honor Band. He is I don't know if you can tell by his shirt, he's a clarinet player. So he made it on bass clarinet, and he spent countless hours. In fact, all of the students here have spent countless hours, days, weeks, months, practicing this music to get to where they are. Their parents have driven them miles and miles to various music lessons, practices, rehearsals, whatever, to get them here. But it did take a lot of hard work and dedication. Let me tell you a little bit about Aaron. Besides being an incredible musician, he is in the plays, the musicals, Snowhawks. He's in wrestling, track and field, baseball. According to his mother, he's an avid reader. And when he walks in my classroom, everybody knows it. We hear Aaron. He is a positive, fun, energetic person in the classroom, and I am so proud of you, Aaron. Congratulations.
Hi, and I'm here to represent my student Edie Mason. She is seriously amazing, so talented. She is involved in a ton of ensembles, not just 7th grade orchestra, but also a chamber orchestra, the EYSO Prelude program, and she's an ambassador for EYSO, which is amazing. She takes private lessons with Mr. Rowland, and not just all this musical stuff too, but on top of that, she's like in clubs such as newspaper club, yearbook club, service club. She even helps with the chess club at Martin too. So she is seriously amazing. I'm so proud of her. Congrats, Edie. You did amazing.
All right, good evening. We have 4 students here from Marlow, 3 for choir and 1 for band, and I'm going to do something a little different that I didn't tell them they're going to do. They're going to come up here and they're going to tell us their favorite piece of music to perform. So up first, with 5 seconds to prepare, we have Naya.
So my favorite piece of music to prepare for choir was the one we did for the fall concert yesterday, Come In From the Firefly Darkness.
All right, and up next we have Hannah.
My favorite song to sing was a song we sang at Fox Valley, and it was called Festival Song Tunes, and we're also singing it at ILMEA.
And our final choir student is Olivia.
My favorite song to sing is a song we sang in our choir concert. It's called Dark and Stormy Night.
All right, and we have 1 student for orchestra as well, a name I never forget because it's my daughter's name, Emma.
My favorite piece to play was Concerto Grosso in D minor, and we're playing it for the ILMEA concert this year.
All right, thank you, everybody. Please come on forward to take a picture.
All right. Actually, go around, Keegan, go around first.
Oh, yes, you have to get your medal. Sorry, go around the back.
Congratulations. Never mind. False alarm. Great job. Congratulations. Should I have Matt? I do it every time. Pretty cool. One more.
Okay. This is quite the fan club.
Yeah.
Get them in there. Get everybody in. Come on, Mr. Johnson. Come on. Come on.
Didn't know I was getting it.
I'll move you out of the way. All right. Good job. Go music kids.
Oh, yeah. They're all up. Nope. Everybody get settled in. We're on to item 6, which is a public comment. Want to remind everyone, public comment is 3 minutes. At 3 minutes, if they're still going, I will provide a soft reminder to try and wrap it up. Again, rules, last meeting, we had a little bit of a misunderstanding on an individual coming up and speaking for 9 minutes, stating that they were speaking for 2 others. If you're making a public comment, you're making it for yourself, you should be up there making that comment. So we're not looking, I mean, you're not really allowed to be speaking on behalf of others unless they're up there and basically up to speak also with you. So just a reminder, last reminder is, again, public comment really should not be about personal attacks on individuals of any type. So just a reminder. So with that, we'll start public comment. And we have, first one is it's Maria Shuking.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
There we go. My name is Maria Shrink. I'm here on behalf of my daughter who attends the LIFE program. Here we are again, a new school year without a permanent home, curriculum, or in unfulfilled promises from administration for these LIFE program students. This is transition, the last year before entering into adulthood. These kids are the most vulnerable because they lost a year and a half of real education and life experience due to the pandemic. And now they're shoved into the middle school where they do not belong. Typically, transition is a program focused on development of the following skills: vocational, career, independent living skills, community integration, safety and wellness, self-advocacy, and functional academics. Every day I ask my daughter, what did you do in school today? Every day is the same answer. We did spooky yoga, we cleaned the church, we went to the park and picked up leaves. We watched a movie or went for a walk, or maybe job boxes. Please tell me how picking up leaves or cleaning a church for 2 years now is preparing my daughter for her future. Why isn't she learning time, money skills, or learning how to cook in a kitchen using real appliances other than using a microwave? Is it because there's no kitchen at the middle school? There is an apartment and a kitchen at the high school that was built specifically for students with disabilities. Unfortunately, the students at the light program do not have access to this kitchen or apartment. The last thing is these students are being neglected and they're being robbed of their education that they're entitled to by the state of Illinois. And it's a shame on District 158. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Nancy Arvidsson?
Good evening to all of you. I'm a mom of 4 Huntley 158 students, 2 that have graduated, K through 12. One that's Emily, she's in the light program, and then I have Joseph, who's a senior over at Huntley High School, and a proud 158 parent. I think one of the hardest things for me to be standing here in front of you all at this moment is because I did this last year on the same time. And at that time, I talked about, being in the arena with these educators, with these fellow parents, with these students that deserve so much more than they have the opportunities to do right now. And when we think about what we ask for to keep things in motion. We ask for progress. We ask for a chance to have a voice. We ask for a chance to see things change, knowing that it takes time. Unfortunately, we've gone from hopeful thoughts of progress to really no motion at all. Recently, hearing 5 to 10 years over at Marlowe is just something that we have to just keep coming back every month until we see something change. The Illinois State Board of Education states that the maximum age range for students in special education, albeit that in the same program, should be a maximum of 6 years. While they're not mixed in with middle school students, they are still in the same physical plan. So fundamentally, there's really 3 areas that you all really need to address in moving forward with this program. Number 1, safety. Safety is paramount in all that we do, as parents, as a community, as educators, as board members. And right now, just one example, in the last year, my daughter's been dropped off at the wrong bus stop 3 times, okay? That's not something that should happen. We know that there's issues with busing. We know that there's not aids on the buses. So I'll leave it at that. It's unsafe. That's just one safety theme that I'll bring up today. The next is physical plan. Physical plan at Marlowe is not adequate for young adults. These young adults already attended that school. They're mixed with young students. It's not safe for many reasons, and some of those have been brought forward. And 5 to 10 years is just not a reasonable amount of time. Along with that is program. The third thing that I'd like to address is program, and not program from the eyes of the educators that are there trying to do their best to provide for our young adults in the best way they can, given their tools. We've been very vocal. We've asked to be a part of it. I filled out Google Forms to be on a committee for life. No answer, no response from phone calls. It's not acceptable. So when you look at safety, physical plant, and program through the eyes of what's being administered for our young adults, none of those things are adequate. None of those things are in a place that they should be. And I'm going to say what I said last time. One of the things that I talk about, like from the beginning, was I left on the note of, and I started also today saying, we're in the arena, and it sounds like my time's up, but I said this last time. From this point of view, from the community, from a parent's point of view, and from educators, you're sitting in the cheap seats, and you need to get into the arena, and we need to see some progress, some motion, and some sweat and hard work that we're trying to provide and be a partner with. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Jill Cataldo.
Hi, I'm Jill Cataldo, member of the D158 Parent Union. As parents have pointed out so many times before, this district has severely lost its way. How do more solar panels raise rating scores? How do electric buses improve our math scores? How does planting more trees help children feel safer in our schools or give light students the facilities they need? If we have a budget surplus to afford all of these green things, Why is that money not being spent on programs that will directly help the education of the children in this district? According to the new Illinois report card, less than half the kids can read proficiently. Conley only has 33% of students meeting performance in English and language arts. But we have new solar panels. Chronic absenteeism at the high school is nearly 30%, but they'll have more electric buses to get them to school if they feel like going. D158 has no schools in the exemplary category in the state. District 300 has 3, yet this is called a destination district. Why is this district spending millions on green initiatives instead of using its budget to help struggling students improve their education? Yet on paper, we apparently don't have extra money for additional educational support programs because you are also proposing the maximum tax levy increase possible tonight. This house is on fire, and instead of saving the kids inside it, you are showing off the new solar panels and electric vehicles parked out front. One more thing, with regard to the open board seat, please appoint someone who deeply cares about education and will support spending our tax dollars on educational initiatives and not green-friendly talking points. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Corinne Burns?
I'm Corinne Burns. I'm a member of the District 158 Parent Union. I'm here today to address the vacant board seat. For the past 2 years, I've had kids in this district. I've stood here month after month and begged the board to do something in the best interest of our kids and not simply go along with the direction from Dr. Rowe. The board had the power to unmask our kids and to stop quarantining, but they didn't. Now, with critical race theory, SEL, pronouns, and other leftist political agendas being pushed in our schools, we are again asking the board and the school district to focus on education and abandon politics. So I'm here tonight to ask you to appoint someone who will stand up and advocate for our kids. If you're not willing to do so, pick someone who will. They can be your voice. Month after month, our group brings issues to this meeting that are swept under the rug as a few vocal parents that are spreading misinformation. I'm telling you, there are many of us that are concerned and want to see a change in the district, even if only if you are not afraid to speak up. The test scores are plummeting, and I know it's explained away that it's down across the board. The district wants to be a destination district and elect someone who will lead change and focus on education. We don't need another yes man sitting up here rubber stamping everything. The district uses special education and the LIGHT program as a selling point, but special education has a majority of the parents that are not being heard. The LIGHT program is a glorified adult daycare where students color and watch movies due to lack of curriculum. Dr. Rocio shows more interest in social justice initiatives than special ed. As far as I could tell, she was not at the October RAD event celebrating disabilities. We know that Dr. Rowe is reaching out to get another one of his ideal candidates on the board. It's confusing to me that the board applications went to Dr. Rowe instead of the board president. Hopefully you will all see applications and they're not first cherry picked. It's not his decision who fills the seat. Reading through foiled emails, we get the impression that Dr. Rowe is more concerned about his reputation than actually addressing issues in his school district. There's violence, drugs, sexual assault, fights in the high school, and they're not appropriate actions being taken to stop them and make our schools safe. Now is your chance to do something and save this school district.
Angie Berkeley, please.
Hi. My name is Angie Berkeley. I'm a member of the D158 Parent Union. Last month, I spoke about a sexual predator on McGee Elementary School campus at dismissal in September. My speech was labeled as misinformation. The background I gave on this man is 100% true, and he's also found guilty on 2 counts being Lake in the Hills School District in 2021, so that is true. He was in fact on school grounds at McGee Elementary at dismissal time, and that is true. The one fact that I had wrong was that he was not sitting in his car in the parking lot. I did some digging and found he was in his girlfriend's car in the pickup line and was ducking down in the passenger seat so he wouldn't be noticed while his girlfriend picked up her child. Whether or not 100% of what I said in my speech is true regarding this man, he was still on the school grounds at dismissal. And however, you missed the point of my speech. It was mainly about the question that I asked during that speech and the month before. Why the lack of transparency? Why weren't parents and caregivers notified? I am grateful to the staff and the principal who recognized this situation with this man as something odd and contacted the police. This district pats himself on the back so much that I'm surprised that you don't have a permanent handprint or bruises. It would have been a perfect opportunity to do more of that in this situation. Letting parents and caregivers know about the sexual predator on the East Campus, and also letting us know that our children were not in any danger and measures were taken to contact the police would have given myself and other parents a great ease of mind and trust in this district. But the more I found out about what goes on in this district and what is hidden from parents, the more I wonder, what else are you hiding? Besides what I've already found out, so my question still remains, why the lack of transparency? Why no communication? What else are you hiding? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Carrie Cross.
I am Carrie Cross. I am also with the parent union. I wanted to touch on something that Nancy had said about the kids being at Marlowe, or about the students and adults being at Marlowe. I was told back when that transition was happening by Sue Wohan that they didn't want to keep them at the high school because they needed for those students to understand that they weren't still in high school. How does it make sense sending them back to middle school? That doesn't make any more sense. All right, here's my speech. Thank you for the special education events this past month. Now let's continue inclusion for all of our kids for the other 11 months of the year to prove it's not just a social justice warrior virtue signaling ploy, and to prove it really matters and that our kids really matter. Because for us, special needs awareness acceptance didn't stop when the clock struck 12 on October 31st. I'm not sure if there was a place to leave feedback for those events, but that would have been my first suggestion for next year. Here are a few others. Second, don't ever hold back-to-back events on 2 weeknights specifically focused for individuals with special needs. One event out of the normal routine for our families is hard enough, let alone 2 nights in a row. Routines are pivotal in our lives, and this disruption is difficult to navigate on our kids and our families. Third, you get more engagement if RAD joined forces with the specific groups or clubs that represent the topic of the RAD event of the month instead of excluding them. Fourth, the Spooky Buddies event would have benefited from a one-way hallway to keep the flow moving. Now, those people that ran that event did an amazing job. I'm not trying to lessen that. It's just purely a suggestion to keep it moving. Fifth, a suggestion I heard from many people was to have a quiet hallway or an area of the school for those with sensory issues. There was so much going on and a lot to take in for a typical person. And if this event is geared towards special needs, it would be conducive to be mindful and make accommodations for all needs. Sixth, for the RAD event, it would have been helpful to have had a table with a full staff directory of special ed employees, maybe a brochure on the light program information, and a brochure or a packet for special education program information. Sorry if it was there and I actually missed it. Seventh, having a table for special education upper staff that would have been appreciated to show their presence and maybe be available to interact with them face to face and have them actually meet the families and kids that they work for. Now, I do want to give major applause to all the performers that I got to see. They were wonderful, so huge kudos to all of those people and all that they have accomplished. However, it was impossible to see everything though, since events were happening in 2 places at one time. Maybe next time I can clone myself to make it all happen. I especially want to say thank you for allowing the Sparkle Squad to perform, but please in the future correct all communications and publications regarding them, as they are not the Sparkles or Sparklers. They are the HCA Sparkle Squad, and they are incredible athletes who give their heart and souls to be the best. I know I'm biased, but they are really incredible and always leave the crowd amazed and dabbing the tears from their eyes. Lastly, I hope and pray that you open up your ears and really hear that the special needs parents in this district are begging for you to hear us and how we are stuck in a broken cycle where we beg for help and all you do is nod, but nothing ever changes and our kids are stuck
in the destination district, but the destination is heading straight to nowhere. I'm sorry, I did have one more thing. I heard those through the grapevine that there was very little turnout for the light committee. Funny, since the people I know that inquired never heard back. You shouldn't exclude people who you don't want to listen to and then complain no one wants to get involved. Reopen it to the entire community because, as I've said before, you don't have to have an adult in the light program to be able to contribute to bettering this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay. Item 7, revision and adoption of the agenda. Romar, you're going to pinch it, you said, for...
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but we still leave the item on the agenda.
Yeah.
For the audit.
Okay, no change there.
All right, does anybody have any items to, they want changed on the agenda? Any revisions? Not, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Is there a second? Second. Second from Mr. Gentry. Can we roll call?
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Terrence?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Okay. On to item 9, 8. Page 2 quick, superintendent's report.
All right, thank you, Mr. Quagliano. Just a couple of things to highlight tonight. As you know, you approved a couple of math implementations a number of months ago. I had the opportunity to tour both our middle schools as well as the high school with our math department chair and see some of it in action, have some conversations with teachers about how it's going, some of the successes, some of the struggle points, and it was really wonderful. The conversations that our kids were having around math was the highlight, without a doubt. As the process kind of turned on its head, first exposure, student collaboration around math prior to teachers showing the path to the desired outcome. And that conversation with students is problem-solving conversation of how can you solve the problems that you see. And that has been a huge celebration, in my opinion. The conversations I saw at the secondary level, at least, sixth graders in particular, and then freshmen and sophomores having on the tour that I was on, was fantastic. The teachers talked about the level of enrichment that they're seeing, and they're really pleased with the progress. The challenge, obviously, implementing something this large is hard. It's a major shift in instruction, and they acknowledge the strain and the stress on our teachers in terms of that implementation. As we're asking quite a bit of change in how they approach math instruction, and I acknowledge that and commend them for the continued work and dedication to doing that. In the couple of classrooms I've popped into at the elementary level recently, I'm seeing the same things. And today, Mr. Craddy and I toured Levy and saw kindergartners having conversations around math and jumping maybe a month, 2 months further than they normally would have been because the students are heading to the desired outcome before the teacher has progressed that way in their plans. It was really impressive to hear kindergartners talking about how they're seeing the blocks of numbers and putting it all together. The conversations have been fantastic, and I'm really proud of the work, and just want to commend our teachers on the heavy lift that it is and the dedication and the progress that they're making. Next is actually, I want to address light briefly. The comments are definitely being heard, and I want to be very clear about that. Light, the desire for Light to have a permanent home, not at Marlowe, is one that is shared. I'm not sure where the statement came from of 5 to 10 years. That's not an official district statement. If that was made, it was made in error. I hope it wasn't emphatic because that's not our position. We expect something to happen faster than that. I hope that that's the case. But it is time definitely for an update. There's been a lot of work that's been going on in the background, and we'll be sending out invitations hopefully tomorrow, but maybe early next week once it's finalized, for an update on that. And that update would include things of what our partnership with MCC is looking like. We're pushing for a lot of courses or of time at MCC for our Tier 3 and Tier 4 students. We've had a couple of obstacles in terms of transportation, getting them there regularly, but that's coming to an end, we have planned. So we're expecting to see the interaction at the MCC level, which is really important to really take off, plus the hydroponic partnership that we're forming with MCC in terms of modern farming and hydroponics. We have an update scheduled with that, and then talking about the long-term building plans and some of the things that we have been working on in the background. It's time for an update. And I need some feedback on that directly from them. So, of course, you'll receive that invitation if you're available to attend. I would love for that. That event will be on December 6th. We held at Marlowe, so information about that will be coming out very soon. All right, and then finally tonight, I'll give it to you toward the end of the evening, but, November is when the board has their annual opportunity for some professional learning about how to be effective school board members. And on Tuesday the 15th, when we have scheduled our special meeting for you to make your selection for the open board seat, is actually Board Member Appreciation Day. So since this is our last formal meeting where, of the month, I just wanted to acknowledge, a local board of education is vitally important to student success and to the school district. These citizens that volunteer their time to support the educational process of nearly 9,000 children in our community. They come from diverse backgrounds, have had varying experiences with their own children in school, and collectively support strong decision-making through 7 different lenses coming together to make decisions which guide our system. Through your open dialogue with one another and trusting relationship with me, our district functions at a high level. We are not free from challenges, but because we make sound decisions and have trust in one another, our system is built to work towards solutions with our children's best interest in mind that reflect our community's values. Tonight, I just want to acknowledge your dedication to the community and children, which we work for, with a heartfelt thank you, and to share with you IASB's Certificate of Appreciation for your time and energy on the board. So thank you for your time and the devotion that you give to our school district in this role. Your professionalism that you approach this job is one that I respect greatly, and really appreciative that you're on this board. So I have a certificate for each of you from IASB. I'm sure you'll frame that and put it up in your office. Mr. Craig, Mr. Guerin, Mrs. Maria. So thank you all very much. And with that, I have one final statement to make, and I'm going to embarrass her on purpose, but a huge congratulations to Dr. Cheryl Powell on defending. A major accomplishment with a lot of time and energy that is invested into that. Congratulations, Cheryl. We're very proud.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Rowe. On to item 9 is, before I move on to item 9, was there any questions from the members of the board to Dr. Rowe concerning his report? I'll address some stuff that's in my report. So on item 9 is we have Mr. Schwunke on our report for us.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Just a real brief report. I'll speak later on a few other topics. But we are shining the light on some middle school recognition and making some shifts in some practices that we're really excited about. We'll be launching National Junior Honor Society this school year. If you're familiar with National Junior Honor Society, it leads into National Honor Society at the high school level. They focus on scholarship, leadership, character, citizenship, and service. Both Heinemann and Marlowe have been doing some background work for that. It'll be a big part of their celebrating academic achievements throughout. So Mr. Johnson, Ms. Mitchell have outlined a little bit of a program. They'll be communicating with families throughout the fall into recognizing students really at the next level now. So we're really excited about that and just wanted to share that with you tonight.
Questions or? Okay. We'll move on to item 10. Mr. Altmeyer, fiscal reports.
Thank you very much. The monthly fiscal updates, just a few items to point out. As promised, last month, the board approved to move forward with the $12.47 million tax exempt general obligation series 2023 refunding bonds with a forward rate lock on October 7th, excuse me. And as discussed at that last committee meeting, we have attached a brief presentation outlining the refunding to the fiscal memo that also shows you a graph on the second to last page that outlines what our restructuring would have looked like in 2017 if we would have chose to restructure that as a two-phase approach, which we actually talked about doing, versus a multi-phase approach. And you can see what transpired, and with that what transpired was approximately $18.6 million of debt savings as a result of doing what we did. So there's some good other information within that presentation, but I did want to attach it and make sure the board was aware of that. Also wanted to make the board aware of the EPA Clean School Bus Rebate Program. That's the $5 billion Biden-Harris administration rebate to be given out in approximately $1 billion a year. We did apply for that. We are on the wait list. Unfortunately, we did not make the list as a top priority, but that doesn't really necessarily change anything because on an annual basis for the next 4 years, we still have an opportunity to apply for that, along with several other grants to apply for electric buses moving forward. So did want to make the board aware of that. Also wanted to make the board aware of the fact that the propane buses will be coming in a few weeks. We were supposed to receive the buses next week, but they pushed it back 1 week to make sure they are ready for us, ready to roll. So those propane buses will be on site the week of November 14th. And the electric buses, we're still hearing end of December, early January is an update on when those will be coming in. Again, a little delayed because of the supply chain. So just wanted to give the board a few updates. I'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Okay. On your list.
Many of the other items on the list are going to be covered in later discussion.
So not double checking. Okay. Any questions for Mr. Altmeyer to his school updates? Not. We can move on to your probably revenue and expense report.
Thank you very much. In front of you, you have the September 2022 financial executive summary for the first quarter ended September 30th. We continue to track within budget, absolutely have no concerns from revenues to expense. I will point out, if you were looking at the dashboard on page 3 of the report, from a revenue standpoint, food services revenues are significantly higher than prior year, and national school lunch revenues are significantly less than prior year, and those are both due to the end of the summer food service program, whereby we were providing all of our students free breakfast and lunches in prior year. And as a result of that, we received a significant increase in the national school lunch, so that has come back to kind of normal trended expectations, as well as the food services revenue account. On the expense side, salaries and benefits and insurance and all the other line items are all tracking at approximately 25% of budget or less, which is good. One line item, purchase service, is at 32% of budget for the first quarter. That's as expected. We see that every first and second quarter of the year within purchase service because the majority of our purchase services are purchased right up front at the beginning of the year. And a great example of that is approximately $1.1 million of property and liability and workers' comp insurance. So nothing unusual there either. So health insurance continues to be significantly higher than prior year. In fact, we had an uptick of about 28% over prior year. So the current year claims for the 3 months ended 28% higher than prior year. But that being said, we continue to track, well, I don't want to say within budget, but really right at budget. So if we continue that trend for the remainder of the year, we'll be okay. But certainly, we are hoping that it normalizes and comes back down because a lot of those claims are being driven by large claims that continue to be in the pipeline. But we are hoping that many of them start to fall off as we see that progress through the We always do. Other than that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Anybody have any specific questions, concerns related to the revenue expenditures report? So, okay. Okay. On item 11, Vizitsky.
Thank you very much. Just a very brief update tonight on an exciting project that technology has coming in the next year, year and a half. But first, Huntley 158's had our one-to-one program for a little over 10 years. It's hard to believe that we've been functioning in a one-to-one digital environment at various levels for those 10 years, and the program's obviously grown over time. Along with that program, our internet usage has also grown. When we started the one-to-one program, we had one single internet connection in the district. It was 85 meg, which if you think about an 85 meg connection, it's probably about a third of what you have even at home, just for your home use. As we sit here today, the district has 3 internet connections for a total of 3 gigs of internet. So we've grown a lot. We're at the point now where the internet's starting to be a little saturated at some of our campuses. Usage is high. We know that. As the internet transitions to more video content and things of that nature, we're going to need to upgrade our internet again. We have an opportunity in front of us to actually increase by 10 times the amount of internet that we currently have and cut our bill down to effectively 0. So where we sit today with all of our E-rate discounts, we pay about $30,000 a year for internet. We have a year left on that contract, but we also have an opportunity with the state of Illinois, who has, for many years, has an internet service provider operated by the state. We actually left that internet service provider because they couldn't provide enough internet for us. The bandwidth just wasn't there. Well, over the last 7 or 8 years, the ICN has vastly improved their infrastructure and are at a point now where not only can they provide us the internet that we use today, but also that tenfold increase. And they're offering that at $0 to schools. So the difference being normally each time we do an internet contract, say with Comcast, our current provider, we reach out and say, here's the amount of internet that we need. They provide pricing. We apply for E-rate funding. E-rate is the federal government program that subsidizes internet for schools. E-rate for us covers about 40% of the bill. What will happen now going forward, should all this work out the way we intend, is we will partner with the state of Illinois and ICN on that application. They will file the application, handle all the internet connections, all that sort of stuff. They will handle the E-rate paperwork and the 40% discount on their connections, and then provide them at no cost to us. So we're pretty excited about the opportunity, and we've talked to several districts in the area that have been on this network for 2 and 3 years already, and finding great success. So we're excited about the opportunity. Because we do still have a year left in our existing contract, we'll actually have the opportunity to run both systems simultaneously, just as a proof of concept to make sure that we just don't have any issues along the way. So we're looking at it as a kind of a big win for us, a great opportunity for us to save that $30,000 a year, and at the same time provide much faster and more robust network infrastructure for our students. We're excited about it. Fair enough.
Now, the way the timing on that would work is if that, for whatever reason, that new provider wasn't all was billed, paid up fee, we could maintain status quo and go forward and expand capacity some other way.
Yeah, we absolutely could, which is why we have the benefit of having both systems in place for a full year. Right. So basically, at this time next year, if we're not finding success, we would go through our own E-rate process again. We frankly wouldn't miss a beat, I don't think.
Okay.
We have that luxury.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions for Dr. Bitsinski? All right. Fine. Mr. Guerin, you have your community relations and student outreach. Ms. Melendi.
Yeah, I guess so. 12.1, the FOIA requests. Anything to report on there?
Those are your reports, but I can answer any questions.
That's only a few of them. Yeah, there was only a short space between meetings.
Anybody have any questions?
All right. And item 13, President's Report. Number of things to address. Couple coming from, I'll start out with stuff coming from public comment. You know, when I hear somebody talk about us focusing on solar and electric buses and other stuff, we have two individuals over here in the district who are charged with finance and operations and maintenance. Yeah, those items are, they're tasked with finding ways to make the district more efficient and to save us money, to put our resources back into the classroom. So when somebody says our focus isn't on education, I would point to the rest of the room that is focused on education, that whole half of the room that are building administrators who are highly focused on education, and strongly disagree with that categorization. The district undertakes certain items for the benefit of all of our students and the ability to provide programs and resources. And we've proven, without bending over backwards to pat myself on the back, it's not me, it's the district, who has provided resources that provide the programs you see in the high school, where you would be difficult to find any other high school in the state that has the level of programs that exist and opportunities that exist for our students. So I strongly disagree with the comment that was made that that's like our focus. Yeah, those items get discussed and we talk them through, and it may sound like that's our focus on that specific item, but those items all come back to the district. I mean, Mr. Vinkizik has done an unbelievable job in regards to our utility costs and our operations and maintenance. If you, again, we have benchmarks we look at. You look at any other school district in the state, and nobody's operating at a lesser cost per square foot than what we are, and has the building and facilities that we have. So all of those items are part and parcel of delivering the educational experience that we provide. Are we a perfect district? Absolutely not. Okay. We understand that there's items that we have to continue to work on and provide, but taking cheap shots in that regard, in the interest of stating like we're on a political side or a political bent, looking at those types of items, those aren't end-all be-all. Electric buses are just a couple buses in a fleet. The natural gas buses are just a few buses in the fleet. And we're exploring how those elements work. I personally don't see what's wrong with any of that. And again, strongly disagree with the presentation that was put forth. That's her opinion. That's fine. I just think it's a misinformed opinion, quite frankly. Moving on to other items, Dr. Roll referenced he had been touring the buildings. He took me on a tour of Heinemann, Conley, and McCaven last week. It was very, for me, again, very educational in regards to, I think we spent a little time in 2 math classes, and yes, the implementation of the new math curriculum, watching in person. These classes didn't know we were coming. We just walked into these classes, and they were the one was in the middle of starting a discussion. I think they were working on decimals is what that one was. The fractions was the elementary school, but watching children articulate their thoughts on math, it's a pretty exceptional thing to watch. It was a pleasure to see them collaborating and talking through problems and problem solving. And yeah, that's truly education at work. And I really am optimistic as to how that will translate over the long term. I think the more you engage children and have them discuss it instead of somebody just, writing on a chalkboard and having them do homework and taking it home and getting their grade 3 days later, without the instant response 15 or 20 minutes that they spent in that classroom, that has the potential for what I think is a huge impact in learning, especially in the area of math. And I mean, I see it, I've seen it in other class types, and just the collaborative aspect of it is extremely interesting to watch. And then, watching our technology in action, I think that second class was in the middle of working at some pre-assessment work, is what I remember, and many of them were on their Chromebooks, and it was interesting because it was each child was learning and working with it in a different way. They weren't all on their Chromebook. Some were collaborating with each other. Some were on there. Some were looking at videos of different word problems, things of that nature. So it was very fascinating to watch education in action these days compared to what it may have been 10, 15, or even longer ago. So the Conley experience was you did a phenomenal job of taking us through probably 4 or 5 different classes. Extremely impressed with the building, the theme. I got to see the theme of the year. She really outdoes herself in producing these themes, and then you see it throughout the building as each teacher has encompassed the theme, and just it's 3rd through 5th grade, just the kids, the enthusiasm they have for education is great. Just your connection, you have the opportunity of having come from McCaven, knowing many of those kids. So there wasn't a kid we didn't see in the hall that she didn't know the name of, which was really impressive. And then what really struck me, I got to be honest, was the child who had just come from, and I apologize, I don't know which stand, but it was one of the stands that child had just come from, I believe, in the last month, and him being introduced to us. And I got to be honest, I would have never known he had just been in this country for like a month. I mean, he conversed a bit with us, introduced himself, and the part that I took away from that experience in that building was the caring, loving, nurturing environment that was being provided in all the classrooms. I mean, that's the part people, I think, sometimes miss is how connected each of these teachers are to their students and their learning, and just how vested they are in each of these kids. So it was just extremely uplifting to see that in action. And again, it wasn't, I mean, it's the only staged event I had was my last at McCaven, and it was a reading class to I think it was a first grade class. Ms. Goldstein, who was one of my favorite teachers, my youngest had her, and it was her very first class. So to be able to relate to her, for her to see that my son had graduated from college already, dated her a bit. She didn't quite believe she had been teaching that long, but in fact she has. And just connecting her, I felt it meant a lot to her to know the success. I mean, she actually had the picture of that class in her room, went over a few of the other kids. She knew exactly what they were doing. She had actually the current, I believe, Miss Illinois, that one girl in the top corner is she's a broadcaster in Rockford, and the current Miss Illinois was from her class, and a couple others that have been very successful. And I think the teachers, it's important for the teachers to see that cycle of learning that's occurred and how they provided that foundation of learning. And so all of that highly uplifting experience to see. And I would encourage, Dr. Rowe is willing to take other members of the board on various tours to see what's going on in those buildings. But yeah, I can't wait for my next one. And again, always my favorite activity. I don't know what's better than reading to a first grade class. Maybe a second or third, I don't know. But reading to children is what a gift to be able to spend time and get them to respond to what you're reading and talk about it. So can't emphasize enough as a parent, parents are 50% of the equation. in this. And if you get time to spend with your kid at home to read, or have discussions with them, please do, because it means the world to them, and it's going to help them perform. Other than that, I think I'll address the Board of Education opening. So we do have, I heard some concerns, somebody's worried about the process, whatever. Yeah, the district administration collects these. We have 7 candidates that we will be interviewing on the Tuesday, November 15th. Very pleased that we have that many people interested in serving on the board. It will be, each one will be a half an hour interview that will be done. It'll be a closed meeting with public being given video of the meeting, correct?
Correct.
Each of the candidates will have a 3-minute opening statement. They will each be asked the same 6 questions and have 3 minutes to answer those questions, and then they'll have a 3-minute wrap-up. So all candidates will be treated equally. After we've done the interviews, we'll then proceed to go into a closed session, discuss them, and expect to come out with a vote that evening on who is appointed to serve through the next election, which will be in the spring. So, like I said, very, very excited to have that many. If there somehow was somebody felt they put theirs in and aren't, they'll all be contacted by next week, made aware of the ground rules. If somehow somebody feels that they should contact us and make us aware as to how they responded by the deadline, to make sure nobody was not involved in the process that wanted to be, that did it in a timely manner. So, yeah, so the district administration, the superintendent, it does not vote on this. The Board of Education the remaining 6 members of the Board of Education will be voting and determining if the superintendent does not have a say in that matter. So it will definitely be our decision, our questions to go over. So just to clarify that. So spoken enough. So we'll move on to item 14, which is the Human Resources Committee. Mr. Gentry.
Okay. First item up is 14.1, our MOU between PESPA and the Board of Education. Agreement kind of addressing the supply and demand dynamics of a very high demand job. So, Dr. Zierk.
Yeah, as you all know, the 1-to-1 positions, as with all our support staff and all positions in the district, are very important. The 1-to-1 positions is the one area we are struggling to fill with a significant amount of openings. So this MOU with PESPA would add a stipend to those serving in the 1-to-1 position, not only to help the recruiting aspect of that, but also to help the retention of those folks that are here. Those are very difficult positions, very demanding positions, and Dr. Rowe and I work with PESPA and their leadership to present this MOU tonight.
Any questions from the board on this item? So I think it's a very logical step, again, to address the job market conditions for some very important jobs and some very demanding jobs. So well in support of that. So with that, we'll make a motion to approve the MOU as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. Do I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy? Mr. Perrin?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Brings us to item 14.2, vote bilingual family liaison job description. Dr. Zierk.
Yeah, this position, the bilingual family liaison, created by our special services department, specifically world languages folks. So we are experiencing a significant amount of newcomers into the district, specifically those who are speaking Ukrainian and Russian. So we have someone to fill this position. They're going to be employed on an as-needed basis. this kind of outlines on what their role would be. So it's someone who's been helping with the district, but we felt we needed to bring this forward as a position so she can help those families, with the little things as they transition into the district, whether it be, registration, getting things signed up, things of those nature that become obstacles because of the language barrier.
Great. Any questions or comments on that item? Okay, with that, I will make a motion to approve the job description as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Okay, motion passes. Brings us to item 14.3, the personnel report. Dr. Zier.
And we put a personnel report on here tonight. We had a few hires to add since the last action meeting a couple weeks ago. So run-of-the-mill personnel report, looking to have it approved as presented.
Okay. Any questions or comments on that? Okay. With that, I will make a motion to approve the personnel report as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Troy? Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
That motion passes as well. Brings us to item 15, building and grounds, Mr. Troy.
Who's not here, so I can do this, but Mr. Craddy, I don't know if you want to go crack it. I mean, if we get in the spot.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah.
15.1, community solar opportunity. Mr. Rinkowski.
Well, we'd like to bring an exciting opportunity to the school district. Again, no-cost opportunity for us to gain more revenue for the school district and also, I believe, benefit the community a bit. We're happy that Rachel and Julia from Forefront Power are here today to present this opportunity to us. They have a PowerPoint presentation to share with us, after which time we would like to discuss next steps with the board and just get an understanding of the board supports informally the concept that is being presented. And if that's the case, we've got a lot of work to do to deliver this, as we did before when we talked about something like this. This one is a community solar opportunity for the school district. So with that, Rachel, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. This is on buttons. Hi, everyone. Rachel Goslin, SVP of Sales and Marketing at Forefront Power. Thank you for having me tonight. I always like coming to school board meetings and seeing the students do the Pledge of Allegiance. It warms my heart. So there's a new opportunity to save more money with no upfront costs from solar. It's through community solar, and this opportunity is made available by the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act, which passed last August. So when that bill passed, it created a new block of incentives for public schools to access. And then recently, there was clarification from the Illinois Commerce Commission that schools can use land that they own for community solar projects. So if you'll recall, there's part of the Reed Road campus that currently does not have a behind-the-meter system. So when it comes to behind-the-meter, you all have already developed the maximum amount of behind-the-meter. You're at 80% offset, and you have very large systems behind the meter. So this is a new opportunity to utilize part of your available land at Reed Road to connect directly into the grid and then make lease payments plus savings, additional savings on your bill. So I'll talk a little bit more about this new opportunity that has emerged. So if you're on page 2, we're talking about a 2.75 megawatt system that delivers $1.1 million in lease and energy savings over the next 20 years. There's no upfront cost. All O&M is included. We take care of all the interconnection expense. And so the only thing that the school district would need to do is
lease the land to us, and then we would pay a lease payment to the district, and then we would also administer the community solar aspect of this, which I'll get into it. This also includes solar displays, solar curriculum, and meets sustainability goals. So if you go to slide 3, the executive summary, the total amount of electricity bill savings is $581,000, and then we see Huntley lease savings at $535,000. So when we say savings, that's just revenue that you would be making from the lease. How it works is on the electricity, actually I think it's probably best to go to the next slide, on slide 4. How it works is we lease the land and develop the project, and then 60% of the electricity goes to the community, and then 40% would go to Huntley in the form of a community solar subscription. So when I say community solar subscription, this is a pretty novel and unique concept. So unlike your current electricity usage where you are pulling directly from the grid, our system is connected separately to the grid and creates credits. And these credits are then applied to your bill. So everything about how you use electricity at your facilities, everything about your current contracts, everything about your current behind-the-meter solar stays the same. And this arrangement is just a credit on your bill. So at the very end of your bill, there would be a credit that says your community solar subscription. And the way it works is you end up paying us a percentage discount to the credit. So in this case, if the credit is worth $100, you pay $85 for that credit. So you can almost think of it as like a discount on your electricity bill. If I had a $100 coupon for your shopping bill at Target, you would be paying me $85 for that coupon, and then you would go to Target and use that $100 coupon, and then you'd pocket the $15. So that's how a community solar subscription works. So it's, we're on slide 4. So it's an arrangement where there's nothing that changes about how you currently use your electricity. Nothing changes about your grid, your infrastructure at the school, because we're going to be tying directly into ComEd, and then you receive savings because you're paying us less than the credit that you're going to be getting on your bill. The other thing that's nice about this is when it comes to credit, you're not taking any risk on the credit. The credit could go up, it could go down. No matter what, you're locking in your 15% savings. So we can see that Storefront connects the system directly to ComEd, and we communicate your participation and the bill crediting, and then they're going to apply the bill credit to the bottom of your bill, and then you will see the savings that way. In addition to the community solar subscription, there's also the option to lease and the lease that we would sign. So the first step is to move this project forward, we would need to get incentives for the project. And so to get incentives for the project, we would negotiate an option to lease, which would allow us to do all the due diligence on the site, which includes the interconnection application, all permitting, and all design due diligence. And then once we have the incentives and the project is ready to move forward, we would then execute the site lease. And so during this option period, when we're doing due diligence, we would pay the district $5,000 per year. We expect that that option period would only be from when the lease is signed till about the April timeframe, because our timeline would be to get incentives before the window closes in May. So right now, there's a set incentive level, and then after May, they're going to redo the incentives, and we expect that they might be lower. So during that option period, it's $5,000 a year. And once we execute the site lease, the lease payment is $1,500 per acre, which is more than, usually when we're doing these types of arrangements, we're working with farmers. And this is, more than they would typically make from farming. And so that's sort of how the lease price has evolved. So $1,500 per acre, and it increases at 2% annually, and the site is 15 acres. So the combination of the opportunity is the lease payment, which is guaranteed revenue, and then this guaranteed savings from the 15% discount. When it comes to the bill credit that you would receive on your bill, this is totally different than how you utilize electricity at your site, and what you're paying at your site, because this is a credit that is established just for the purposes of providing this community solar credit. And so it's something called the price to compare, and it's the average price across all rate classes and ComEd. And so this is the credit that you would get on your bill. So you can see that the all-in credit today is around, if we look over the last 24 months, it's 8 cents a kilowatt hour. And that 8-cent credit is likely a little bit more than what you're paying for electricity, but that credit would be applied to the bottom of the bill. In terms of the subscription that you could take a subscription of, basically you have the ability to take a 4.8 million kilowatt hour subscription, but the program caps your participation at 40%. So we would recommend the maximum subscription size at 40% is 2.1 million kilowatt hours. It's possible to do less than 40% too. So if you say, okay, we would like the community to do 70% or 80%, and we'll do 20%, those are different allocations that we can run. I mentioned the community solar bill savings. You can see that year one savings on that's expected from your 15% discount is $25,000, and then your total 20-year savings is $581,000, assuming a 2% escalator on utility rates. And just to provide an example of how this will show up on your bill, you can see that everything about how you utilize electricity at your site remains the same, and then at the end of the bill, there's a renewable energy credit that's associated with the community solar subscription. And then so slide 10 shows the breakdown of cash flows. And in year one, the total of the lease revenues plus your 40% subscription is $47,000. And then over the 20 years, that grows to a total all-in savings number of $1.1 million. And finally, you all would participate at a 40% level, but then the community would have the option to participate on 60% of the remaining project capacity. How we've worked with school districts in the past is we have a certain amount of time that we only open up subscriptions to the community. So it would only be open to an area that you would designate first. Residential subscribers would receive a 10% discount on their bills through this type of community solar arrangement. So we would offer that subscription. Residential consumers or small businesses could sign up. It's a month-to-month contract with no termination fees. So at any point, anyone could decide that they signed up, they no longer want it. If they move, they can get rid of it. So it's a very flexible contracting arrangement that provides savings. Today, there have not been a lot of community solar projects that have been developed. So there's a very long wait list of people who are interested in participating on a community solar project. So it would definitely be an advantage to have a project in the community that's only open to community members for a specified amount of time to subscribe. And we estimate that the total value of 20-year electricity savings for the remaining community members that subscribe is $581,000 for 20 years. And I mentioned this before, but it's possible to choose to participate, Huntley can choose to participate at 40% of the project. The minimum that's required in order to do a project like this is 10%. But it can be 10, it can be 20, it can be 30, up to a max of 40. At any point, if you say we're participating at 40, but we would like to participate at a lower subscription amount, we could change that subscription amount and then find replacement subscribers. So it is a flexible arrangement where if you give us enough notice, you can decide to start at 40 and then lower your subscription percentage later.
In so doing, we're going to reduce what our reduction in our bill is.
Exactly. Exactly, you would no longer be saving as much money. So we have you, the savings here has you at the maximum amount of 40%. And just when we talked about the timeline coming up, we already did a pre-application with the utility for the site. That's why it's a 2.75 megawatt AC site. We originally put in a 5 megawatt AC application, and they came back and told us that's likely to trigger significant upgrades that are going to cost a lot of money. But if you size to this size, you're less likely to see upgrades. And so the application that we put forward and the proposal that's put forward is for the 2.75 megawatt AC system that is going to result in a smooth interconnection process with the utility. We submitted that interconnection application to the utility. It typically takes 3 to 6 months, and we're expecting to get that feedback. Similar to when you applied for behind-the-meter incentives in 2018, you have to have permit interconnection. Actually, you do not need interconnection this time, but you need permits in order to submit into the program, as well as proof that you're going to participate at 10% and a site control document with us, like a lease. So when we submit that into the program, then we're able to lock the incentive. So as soon as we have an optional lease in place, then we're going to be able to start the discretionary permitting process. We estimate that would take about 3 months. And so we'd be targeting to submit for incentives in February or March. And then as soon as those incentives are locked, we would be able to then move forward with the construction of the project. If you look at the conceptual layout on slide 15, we spent a lot of time working with your team to figure out where best location is. You can see that there's 3 phases running right along the property. This is an ideal site for community solar because of the location next to 3 phase, as well as it's within 2 miles of the substation. So both of those things make this an ideal site. So we have the yellow interconnection into the 3 phase line. We have located the array south of homes and with a pretty big setback from homes, but in a way that's still an economical arrangement. So we understand that through the permitting process and work with the district, we'll need to make sure that this project has appropriate landscape buffers as part of the site lines for the project, and that would be determined through this permitting process. We have some Q&A in the back that I'll read for you, but with that, are there any questions about this? I try to make it as fast as possible.
Can you explain exactly where this is on our property so the board can visualize it?
Yes, this would be north of Martin and Marlowe School. There's a parcel that's farmed. That is north. We have a large detention pond. And right north of Marlowe, there are some townhomes development there on Haligus. And if you see at the bottom right-hand corner of this presentation here, you can see the last little bit of that home development. And there's a Park District path that is by the high voltage lines that go north, just off to the right-hand side on the picture there, which would be east. Marlowe is like directly south. And to the left on the page there is the north end of Covington Lakes.
Farmland.
I would like to, I'm sorry, could I throw 2 other comments in about this, if I may, please? Sure. One is that the value of the farming that we get out of this land is $3,400 a year for 15 acres. So even though the option to lease is more revenue for us. And that, if we would want to consider that 40%, I just checked the history of our consumption over the last few years. That's about half of the net volume we buy from ComEd right now. So that still leaves us a position of buying about 10%. We wouldn't be overcommitting that with our net zero metering, that we'd be generating from renewable energy more than 100%. Would still be 10%, even if we were at max.
Right.
So just wanted to throw that in there. I'm sorry. Oh yes, years ago, some of the people at the table, I apologize if you were on the board back then, but when we were sitting in the seats here at about 2007-8, talking about how fast everything was growing around here and the need to, you know, consider where we were going to build the next building because we couldn't build them fast enough, as some of you may remember. We talked about what's the value of this piece of land up here. And I remember that when Martin was built, we learned a lesson that we're getting, as you go north there, you're sitting on a spot of what's called a high silt area of deposits of soil, which is very poor soil boring for foundations for building construction. So we actually went and did a little bit of further soil boring investigation. And it just continued to support the idea that as far as building construction goes, it's not that useful of a parcel for the school district.
I should mention that it's possible to continue the farming outside of the project footprint. So I understand that you've got to leave with a farmer and that could continue, just not in the area, obviously, where the solar is.
And I've talked to Fruit Farm, and they're understanding and would support an amendment to their agreement. So we just have to work out the paperwork.
Right. Yeah, so they still farm around it.
Yeah. And we're accustomed to working around the planting schedule, so that's one thing that we would have to consider is as soon as we have the incentives and we think we're going to start construction, we have to make sure we notify the farmer prior to planting. So ultimately, the benefit is the lease payments, the subscription. In addition, you know, similar to your behind the meter, we have the curriculum benefits and the overall sustainability benefits that the district will receive too.
It's fairly straightforward deal. It's not affecting our existing power, how we're obtaining power. It's not our power. It's going into the grid. It's not going into our system, type of thing. So this is purely an economic play on the usefulness of that land. It's land that we can never build on. It needs to be used for farming purposes as best I can tell. I mean, I can't imagine any other purpose.
Yeah, it would be very expensive to build another building that had to
Plus,
construct
we have
foundations.
we have other open areas on all of our campuses.
We actually have 3 buildings that are on this campus, that the core facilities are built to double the student population.
Right.
And they were built such that it would be very economical to double those student populations on all of them. Your K-8 experience would be doubled in the most economical way on this campus.
Right.
The other thing I should mention too is it's a 20-year lease with 2 5-year rights to renew. Solar systems are actually meant to last 35 years. So all the numbers that we've given you are 20-year numbers, but it's quite possible that those extensions are executed and then you would have additional lease revenue plus additional savings from the community solar subscription because the community solar program does not have a term. So you could continue to participate and receive credits, which are only going to grow in value over the years.
So that, the farmland is the land is leased. So it would adjust the lease then to farm. So.
Because they keep it per acre.
And is the cost that they lease per acre the same? It's dramatically less, okay. And then, so you're giving us a rate for, you're saying 20 years and then they're expected to last 30 years, so then what happens after 30 years?
That's a good question.
Yeah, that's a great question.
We decided at the end of 20 that we're finished. What happened?
The lease term, our standard lease term is 20 years with 2 5-year rights to renew. So you should probably think of it more as a 30-year project. And then at the end of 30 years, we either will negotiate a new extension with you, or we will remove the system at no cost and return the site to its previous conditions. And typically, as part of the permitting process, we're required to post a decommissioning bond, which assures the district that the site will be, the district and the county and the community, that it would be returned to its previous condition after the solar panels.
The exact same agreement we have with our current solar.
Yeah, it's exactly.
Good question.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying.
I know you're telling me, but all that can happen after 20 years too. If we don't renew the option. The option's ours, right? Whether we wanna, whose option is it?
Yeah, in the lease, it is at our option, so it's a 20-year lease that is, and realistically, we would extend it, but yeah, it's at our option to extend for 2 years, or for 2 5-year periods. The economics of this are a little bit more expensive than behind the meter because of the cost of marketing and subscribing residential customers, and then the month-to-month contracts, and certain customers roll off, and then others join. So there's something called churn costs and acquisition costs. So we're definitely modeling the system right now as a 30-year system. So if we were to be a 20-year system, we would likely have to adjust the economics.
Right, your incentive is you need to get those subscribers, that other
Yeah.
50%.
Yeah.
Because you guys aren't gonna benefit from it unless you get those people to subscribe.
Exactly, yeah.
And what Rachel suggested is to put it explicitly, that there would be a window of time that only residents in Huntley 158 boundaries would have the first dibs to sign on and realize that savings. And if they didn't fulfill all the subscriptions, it could go out to the wider community.
Yeah, that's correct. So technically, anyone in ComEd can subscribe to this project, but we would only market the project to the community with your communication and support. So we would rely on you all to tell us, okay, this is the boundaries of the community, and then we would only market within those boundaries for the first 90 days of the subscription period.
This is meant to be a shared,
Yeah.
thus the term community.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, our maximum potential to benefit is the 40%. The community at large has to benefit at least 60%.
Yes.
Through subscription.
Yes, it's required by program rules, that it's 60/40.
Well, it can't require the 60, it has to, we can only take 40%.
Yes.
If you don't sell 60% for whatever reason.
That's our responsibility.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't affect us in the least.
Right.
And the community member pays that, the
discounted rate.
discount, but, so again, with the $100 example, if they get the $100, then they're paying back 15. Is that how that works?
For residential customers, it's a 10% discount. So if they're receiving 100, then they're paying $90 to receive that 100.
Yeah.
So it's a $10 discount. So this was an extremely popular program that existed in 2018, but wasn't really available for public schools. And now it's available because of the change in the regulations. But there's currently a wait list because there weren't really enough projects in 2018. So it seems like it's a very popular thing because you just sign up, you get the discount, and then you can leave the contract at any time. So it's, and we partner with we do not do the marketing and subscription ourselves. We have a sister company and another partner that we work with on that.
Why wouldn't somebody take it if they can? Like the public at large, they have to offer, sign this paper, get a 10% discount or not. Is that kind of the trade-off?
Yeah.
So why they wouldn't?
Yeah, I don't know.
I do not know that if they can.
If they would be aware.
Yeah, my understanding is that this is very popular because it doesn't involve a lot of risk. You're not installing anything on your home, but then you're able to benefit from solar.
You have no long-term commitment.
You have no long-term commitment. And it's especially, the reason why these programs were created too is there's a lot of people that can't benefit from solar because you're a renter or your roof isn't faced the right way, or your site is, your house isn't suited for solar, and this is the type of arrangement that addresses those needs. Yeah, I don't know what the objection would be to subscribing. I mean, one thing that is difficult is right now you would get 2 bills, so you would get 1 bill from us, and then the credit from the utility. That may be one thing that could be a little bit annoying. There is regulation underway to change that, where we would be able to bill through the utility, so that way consumers only they have the bill, everything is happening on one bill instead of getting two bills. It's taking some time to get that policy through. So I expect that once this project is online for a while, that will go through, and then that will resolve one of the annoyances. But typically, that's an annoyance that people are fine with, given the benefit.
And is it like, I guess, trying to wrap my head around the fee paid to forefront and the credit coming back?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any volatility to that? Is there like a guaranteed spread difference between those two, or can that relationship kind of invert and go the wrong way?
No, because your discount is locked in. So whatever the credit is in that month, we charge you 15% less on that credit.
Okay.
So we're bearing all of that risk. And the reason why we do that is because it's necessary in the residential market to have that type of contracting mechanism where we're bearing the credit risk and how it is.
So, the big, so why wouldn't you do it? For me, the biggest concern is being a good neighbor, and those panels are the look at.
I think they're nice, but
Well,
I understand there are different perspectives on that.
yes. So I know we talked about landscaping and possible areas. So I mean, in my opinion, that has to be an element of it to provide some buffer zone so that that's like a sore thumb over there. I mean, areas bordering both the west and north side of this, even from the street heading north, up there, I mean, it's just assume that people not just have a straight shot looking at a field of solar panels. So, that is part of, I know the dollar amount devoted to it still has to be determined, but I mean, in my opinion, that our standpoint is.
Mm-hmm. What we typically do as part of the permitting process is because it's a public process. So, that's one thing we would have to go through is everyone would have to agree that this is something worthwhile of receiving a conditional use permit. As we engage all of the neighbors close to the property, show them rendering.
If I may, I'm 100% sure we're going to have to go through the zoning review for a reevaluation of our special use permit from Lake and Hills. We wanted to consider something like this, and that whole issue that you brought up, Tony, will be a discussion.
But we would put together the renderings of the landscape buffer and show that to the community and to the permitting authority as part of the permitting process. But understood.
Just so I'm clear, so when you engage residents, it's all the residents around there. So, because like it's Lake in the Hills, but there's Huntley residents that back up to it.
Mm-hmm. We typically, as part of the permitting process, we would engage anyone that has a sight line to the system.
Yeah.
And that's, our approach is proactive versus reactive. So to have that engagement and conversations ahead of time before you go into the board meeting with public comment. But understood on the sight line.
I had 581 sticking out in my head of the 20-year number, but then page 10 quotes a 1.1 million.
Yeah, that's just a combination of your lease revenue plus your electricity cost savings.
Two numbers.
So
Payments for
yeah, so
So 581 is only part of it.
exactly. Yeah, so we're gonna pay you, some of the amount of money that you're gonna make is gonna come in the form of a lease payment from us, and then some of it is going to come in the form of the electricity cost savings.
No, I think I'd also like to know, just to give the board maybe a visual perspective of how big that array really is. The array we have here right behind us, right behind me, is approximately on 7 acres of land, I believe, and is approximately 1.7 meg.
I think so.
So this is larger. Well, it's larger, definitely larger, and it's almost, not double, but it is larger, double the amount of acreage, I think, approximately. But when you drive by that field, it does seem large, but it doesn't seem that large. It all depends how you look at it.
Yeah.
It's large. Yeah, it's large. But I think it's important for the board to understand visually the size of the array we're talking about.
This is in terms of football fields or field.
I should know how many acres a football field is.
How about this visual for you? The one on Harmony campus is just under 2 megawatts. This is 2.75 megawatts.
Yeah.
So it's just a little, like, under 50% bigger than what's at Harmony.
Yeah.
That one's pretty visible for you to see as you drive in.
Can't miss it. Thank you, Village of Lump.
I thought about a 21-month period execution. I gave Paul.
Oh, yeah, you were looking at the schedule at the back? Yeah, I would estimate that we would, move to getting permits done and having incentives secured by February or March.
She's gonna get by May, that's right.
Yeah, because they're going to change, after this program year ends in May, they're going to change the incentive level, and on top of that, they're saying that whatever blocks of incentives aren't used are going to be allocated to other blocks that are being used. And right now, because it's, not that many schools have available land to do this, it's a very rare thing. The public schools block is not being used that much. So I think there's two risks if we don't have the incentives by April or May. One is that the incentives go down and then this offer changes. But then two, the incentives might not be there because they'll reallocate the public schools block to other blocks that are being used. So once we have the incentives, then that would kick off the design process. And then once we have design along lease procurement, then we would start construction. If we have the incentives and we're able to kick off that process pretty quickly, we could start construction in the June timeframe. But if we miss, if the incentives come in more around April, then we might be hitting construction in 2024 in order to avoid constructing in the winter. Although your behind meter projects were constructed in the winter, so it is possible to do that, but that would be a consideration we would work out with the district, like what's ideal from your perspective. But our hope would be shooting for construction start in June of next year. And then you were asking about the total time frame. After you start construction, it's usually like a 4-month construction window. And so we would see commercial operation in the fall.
To answer your question, 16 and a half football fields.
Oh. I should know more about football because that isn't the first time someone has asked me that question. Yeah. So I will find out more about that.
That's the need for landscaping.
Any other?
Sorry for missing out on most of your presentation. I did have one question.
Yeah.
And it should be a 2-foot putt. The market rate discount, the standard of 10%, how is that 10% determined? Is that looked through legislative process, or is that standard across the industry?
It's more standard across the industry.
Okay.
So most projects are at 10% discount because that's where the economics work.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's pretty much settled that most, if you were to go out and look at any type of project, it would mostly be at 10%.
And then how are,
Some are at 5.
how is this presented to a community, any solar farm? How does this go forward so that people know that there's an opportunity here? Is it strictly through the district? Is it that you folks do the heavy lifting on that? Is it work through village advertising, some other means? I just curious.
Yeah, so we're responsible for all of that. And we typically, yes, we would, there's digital advertising, so some people might see Facebook ads that show you could subscribe to a community solar project. There's also in-person advertising, so we usually figure out what community events we should attend, what publications do we need to be in, and then there's also door-to-door efforts. So, hey, there's this opportunity if you would like to subscribe. So those are typically the ways that we bring attention to the opportunity. I should say that this process is also highly regulated. So if you're going to be marketing to residential consumers, we have to make sure we're following specific procedures about how that marketing is conducted. And we're responsible for complying with those procedures. And those procedures are established by the Illinois Power Authority and the ICC, the Illinois Commerce Commission.
And given the approximate nature of what an average consumer, residential consumer, uses for their home consumption, how many houses can be subscribers? Or this includes small businesses, I think, as well, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we are estimating that, in terms of the total number of subscribers, I don't have that off the top of my head. I might estimate it. We can get that for you. I just don't have it off the top of my head. But the total amount of value over 20 years would be about $581,000 in terms of electricity cost savings to the community.
Okay.
I'll get you the total number of subscribers.
Obviously, it's on average because some houses consume more and others less, but just curious for with our size of community is how many people.
Like how many households can you address?
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely. I'll follow up with that.
Thank you.
A generic question, like as far as the land is not buildable, I'm just kind of looking at the map, there's like housing developments all around it, so why again, that couldn't be used for something else?
I don't know if I know all the answers to that. I will tell you, I had to study a little bit about this in my geotechnical engineering days in this situation where the history of this part of the world, the deposits of material are very random. The example for you, why maybe this isn't in the neighborhood next door isn't, is that when Martin was built, only the northeast wing had the problems with the soil pocket. And that's why we did the grid of borings to try to understand what's going on in that land up there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, just thinking just from a dollars and cents standpoint, I'm taking for all this 50 to 60,000 a year in benefit versus that other alternative fee, selling it for another purpose.
If we could, first of all, it's zoned farming. How is it zoned right now?
It's underneath the school district's special use permit.
Right.
Is how it's structured. All the school district property is, and when I was brought into the team here years ago, I was explained to me that the reason that the land is farmed is to avoid what they call noxious weed. And as you may recollect, at our property line up there at Covington Lakes, where the farmer can't get too close to the homes because of the regular conditions of the soil there, we've got issues with trees growing like crazy that are now going through a life cycle and are going to cost us money to raise the property. Where if you farm it, you don't have all that wild vegetation to maintain and the attractive nuisance, if you will, that it brings.
And your question is there an alternative use that's like selling it for residential,
Right.
No, that's it. probably have to be, the soil would have to be amended to be able to put housing unless, that zone would work correct.
But because of the irregular poor soil boring capacity, what was done at Martin is to dig very deep, much deeper in the earth to find a place that was reasonable soil conditions or bearing capacity. And the borings that were rendered suggested that that was pretty deep. And now you're talking about changing the whole drainage layout of the area and so forth, which will be controlled by the bottom of that creek bed. There's not a lot of room there. The bottom of that creek bed is probably the bottom of a home foundation. And that's a branch of the Kishwaukee out there. Just south of the edge of that. There's not a lot of wiggle room to get down there without having other water issues from.
For what it's worth, something else that just add for your knowledge, Rachel mentioned a couple of times, curriculum support. In our current project that has been, the kiosks that we have is collaborative with us on that. So they're also, have donated panels in terms of support of our geometry and construction class at the high school. We're building a shed, and they're working with the electrical union. Our students are going to get to observe the installation of those panels on top of the new shed that they are building. So they've been a good partner in regards to backing that word up as well, which we really appreciate. I think it's worth noting and show our appreciation.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that shed. My team told me about that the other day. I think someone's filming it. So we'll be able to see the final product, is what we're told.
All right, any other questions, I guess, keep things moving along. Any final comments?
No, thank you so much for having me tonight, and I will get back to you on whatever questions I didn't answer. Thank you. If you have additional questions, feel free to reach out.
Thank you very much, Rachel. I really appreciate you and Julia coming out. I did want to talk to the board about the next steps in the process to consider then. There needs to be an option to lease negotiated for consideration. That would have to be brought back to the board for their approval of then taking the steps to go through zoning and interconnect application, which requires some preliminary design work and a lot of engineering crunching by our partner. Once again, the only investment we've making into it is to have to work with them to put together a option to lease at this time. And that option to lease, of course, will have to have behind it a lease that would be agreed to should the process of the zoning and the interconnect and the remaining detailed engineering suggest that it's viable. And then we would, they would have the ability to go ahead and execute the lease. So we have to roll up our sleeves and dig into that piece. If the consensus of the group here is that this is something they're interested in considering, but there's a lot of hoops to go through yet with the zoning review and the interconnect with the utility.
So what you're specifically asking us today to prove the ability to move forward to potentially get to an operating option to lease right now. Necessarily 100% committing to it, but trying to gauge our temperature on if we're warm enough to possibly going forward with this and having to move along the process, correct?
Correct.
No, that's a good question. I guess my question becomes, do we need a motion to move forward with this? Or is it?
Our intention is to gauge the interest. This is not an action item.
Okay.
So there'll be other action items that will solidify the relationship and formalize the process in terms of that we would vote on. Just, are you interested in us continuing down this path before action is needed?
Yeah, once again, our vision for action is in December right now.
Well, on the agenda, it's R for report, and then there's the next line or two lines down is the seeking approval. So that's why I just wanted to be clear on what was needed on the next step. So
It's not a formal vote, but it's like a whole of the board as to whether they
is there any objection to moving forward with this?
No. I'm fine with hearing more and learning
Yeah,
more.
I'm fine with moving forward.
I am good as well.
Am I? Okay, add me to the list. I'm the last to chime in, so.
Okay, so roll up our sleeves.
Roll up the sleeves, please. And Rachel, if you would, I didn't get a copy, at my place. You could just leave it on the corner and I'll grab it at the end of the meeting. But thank you very much. Thank you for staying.
Okay, you're still on.
Still on. Okay, next one's 15.3, O&M updates. Mr. Winkowski, anything here to highlight for the evening?
No, this is a service contract we've had for a number of years. Service is fine. I think the escalation proposed are very reasonable. I have nothing to add.
So, and I jumped ahead a little bit. I went to 15.3. Thank you for providing the highlights there. I'm going to circle back to 15.2. The contract renewal with Anderson Pest Solutions. Pardon my error. Yeah, it's that time of year.
I understand that. Doug, we need to know.
Anything to add to the?
No, nothing.
Okay.
I apologize. I was talking about that one, Paul. My apologies.
That's fine. All right, so nothing on there. Need a motion to approve this, correct?
Right. So just to highlight this, first year's, it's 23 years, not an increase from the prior year, but then we have 5% increase. So
Yeah.
Most of that, 2 more years.
Yeah, I may just make mention of the fact that because of going through the pandemic and serving food in the classroom, their work has been a little more challenging of late, so no increase is real nice.
Okay. Yeah, no, well, it's unusual to get somebody giving you no increase. I understand it's 5% the following 2 years, but, effectively, 30% over 3.
We did negotiate them down for where corporate wanted them to be.
Okay.
So just let you know that.
You always do beat up people. Appreciate doing that on behalf of the district.
All right, with that said, if there are no other questions or comments, I'll make a motion to accept the contract renewal with Anderson Pest Solutions as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Second from Mr. Quagliano. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Motion passes. We covered 15.3, so I'll turn that over to the Finance Committee.
Okay, so Finance Committee, we're on to, Mr. Altmeyer. We have our fiscal year 2020 audit. Normally, we have our auditor here to present. He was here very early, so he's getting some.
Thank you very much. In front of you, you do have the fiscal year June 30th, 2022 audit report. I always like when we get this because it is the culmination of a year of hard work and a lot of hard work by the fiscal team, especially Debbie, pulling together the audit work papers and preparing for the audit, and then obviously dealing with the auditors when they are here. So Debbie couldn't be here tonight as well, but this is usually the point in time where the auditor stands up and he congratulates Debbie and thanks Debbie and notes several things that makes Debbie feel very uncomfortable, but this is probably the last time we get to do that. So Debbie, if you're listening, great job. Thank you and the team for getting through the audit this year. The auditor had several points that he just wanted to make, and then I'll add some key points for the fiscal year 2022 audit. The district continues to be a high-performing client of the Evans, Marshall, and Peace firm. One of their best in terms of putting together work papers and preparation of work papers versus most other districts and clients that they do have. Again, as we have in the past, there's been no material findings noted and no material internal control weaknesses were noted as well. And before I jump into a few detailed points of the audit and the performance of the district for fiscal year 22, I want to highlight a few things with the FY '22 budget, the last year's budget, because last year's budget kind of will outline a few things I'm going to talk about here. I want to address the operating results, but again, before I do that, I want to talk about last year's budget, because last year's budget reflected a budget deficit of $974,000. The board approved a budget deficit of almost $1 million. And that $1 million deficit was driven really by two items. Number one, the transportation reimbursement claim we knew was going to come in significantly less than what we've been accustomed to, because while during the pandemic here, we didn't have a lot of transportation expenses, and without a lot of transportation expenses, our reimbursement was expected to be $473,000 less than the previous year. So that was number one. And the second line item, for which was a reduction in revenue, a big reduction in revenue, was when the board, using the prior year surplus during the pandemic year, we opted to reduce registration fees to the community, and we cut those registration fees in half, and that was approximately a $700,000 reduction in registration revenue. So those two line items alone approximated $1.1 million in revenue, which was why we budgeted a $974,000 deficit. I point that out because we ended the current fiscal year 22, in a deficit position. And that deficit was a $655,000 deficit. So still within budget across the board, but a $655,000 deficit regardless. My next point is regarding our state's profile score. So every year, our auditor stands up and he tells us that, you know, we should be proud of ourselves because we are of recognition status, and we've been of recognition status for the last 7 or 8 years. And the recognition status is the state's profile score, which is based on 5 ratios. And I've always said this, and I've said this in presentation, the profile score is a good indicator of how we are doing, but it's not a great indicator because it doesn't tell the community, it doesn't tell the public if we're doing things efficiently, it doesn't tell the community if we're doing things effectively, it doesn't cover so many other financial ratios that it could cover. And the reason I tell you that is because this year, as a result of our deficit, $655,000 deficit, well, one of those ratios is the expenditure to revenue ratio. And because while expenditures exceeded revenue, we didn't receive the scoring that we're accustomed to receiving, and it's only a 1-year ratio. It's a 1 day in time, June 30th, 22. And as a result of that, we went down 1 notch, the second highest financial rating, and that is the rating of a review. Now, am I worried about that? No, not at all, because while I didn't know necessarily that was going to happen, but when we ended the year in a deficit position, we knew that would notch our scoring just a little bit down, and it notched it down to a point where we are of review status. So I did want to point that out to the board. Again, that says on 1 date and time, and it's a good score. Yeah, is it a really good indicator of how financially we're performing? No, not at all, because we knew we were going to be in a deficit position based on the budget we put forth for FY '22. So I did want to share that with the board. Any questions on that so far? Okay. Last thing I want to cover is a few points within the budget. Just to point out a few highlights. Are noted as follows. I apologize. We'll start with this. Driven by significantly improved economy, and these are things we've all talked through in the past. Corporate personal property replacement taxes exceeded budget by approximately $1.1 million, with $1.52 million, $1.5 million being received. National school lunch revenue also exceeded budget by approximately $1.25 million. The increase in that revenue line item was a result of just more students than we expected taking the free breakfast and the free lunch throughout the whole year, and we didn't realize that, when we gave out a lot of lunches, certainly in fiscal year 22. Health insurance expense was favorable to budget by approximately $524,000 at $10.1 million versus the budget at $10.6, and primarily driven by the favorability in operating results as well as the board's approval of the electric bus purchase as well as the electric bus infrastructure. Capital projects exceeded budget by a little over $2 million, and we made accruals for certain projects during the year regarding those projects, those capital projects. Those are some of the key points. Obviously, we continue to do the things that we've outlined within the budget year over year, from infrastructure, technology infrastructure replacement, to new curriculum, to the things that we've always needed to do to keep our buildings up and running. So overall, it was a very good budget. It was a very good year financially. And I would be happy to answer any other questions you have.
The only thing from, so far from my review of it, and I just want you to double check it, sorry I didn't get a chance to tell you for the meeting, is just make sure on our, page 9, our operating expense per pupil, looks, I don't remember it, and I could be just completely not remembering right, but it just looks odd to me that it was relatively flat for 3 consecutive years. And then it jumped considerably for this last fiscal year. I mean, I know it jumped. I just don't know that, so I'm feeling like 20 and 21 somehow are a little bit different.
Back to 21.
Because 19 and 21 are the exact same amount.
Oh. Yeah,
I think there's more of a stair step.
There is, and that is labeled inappropriately. So within your audit report packet, we will replace those.
Yeah.
That is a mislabel. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. It just like it went up.
Yeah,
it went up a fair amount, but I don't think it went up.
Correct. 9%. Oh, that pains me.
Yeah, sure it does.
That really does.
I know it does. But we want to get that right, because
yeah, thank you very much.
Because that's a critical
Yeah.
piece of data that people look at, and that would not, that doesn't look right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, not having him here is not a big deal. I mean, they perform their audit, they take many hours to put this together. You kind of know the drill. I don't think anything, like you said, radically changed financial position-wise. It's just, what we're not accustomed to. It's usually improved year by year, but this was a year of planned small deficit that we knew we would absorb a little bit. So felt fine. It was done by design, by plan. So all of that is, the rest of this is making sense. Yeah, so regardless of, like you said, the profile is a measure, not the end-all, be-all measure. I still consider us in a solid financial position to continue into future years.
Correct. Based on the FY23 budget that we currently have in place, if we meet those numbers, we will again be back at recognition.
Right.
So it is simply well, certainly it's based on our results, but it's also, our results are driven by our FY22 budget.
Yeah, there was one other, the page is fine, but I think it illustrates, it had to do with the, it's actually, we get all these graphs on our bond repayment schedule, but the page I was looking at was nice and concise and very obvious without having all the bar charts. It was actually page 42 of the audit report, which illustrates, when we talked about our wall, you can see it there that, 23 and 24 is the $24 million repayments. All of that stuff has been addressed. The gap below it for the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years or less that we filled in with these debt refinancings, and what you see going out in the out years is a very consistent, slightly over $10 million annual debt repayment after that. So that's a page where people can kind of get a sense of when we were talking about it, they might be able to
visualize it a little bit better about what's transpired here. Last year and a half, 5 years, but most recently, what we've done is completed that. The only other piece on the audit report I would point people to. So, further questions or discussions? Does anybody have a problem approving this without the auditor being here to be able to ask questions? What I would tell you is I would recommend its approval. If you really want him here, we can still get him here to ask questions. But
yeah, he absolutely said he could make December if needed. He felt bad having to leave, but he had another meeting.
Yeah, the audit report isn't going to change. I mean, Meyer may get that one page corrected with the operating, but it's part of the management discussion piece of the report.
Correct.
So, is everybody okay approving the audit?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. If there's no further discussion on that, I'll make a motion to approve the audit as presented. If they can go ahead and correct the operating people spend. Second? Second. Second from Mr. Gentry. Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Passes. Item 16.2 is our purchase orders, payables, the press, disbursement listed in the agenda. Anybody have any questions related to those items? Okay, if not, I'll make a motion to approve the purchase orders, accounts payable, press, disbursements as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Second for Mr. Troy. Give a roll call.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Motion passes. 16.3, Statement of Affairs, waiver of hearing. Mr. Altmeyer, very quickly on this.
Yeah, thank you very much. Over the last several years, maybe 7 or 8 years, we approved, the board has approved a waiver of the Statement of Annual Affairs, and that waiver hearing request, or it starts with a waiver hearing request, and typically that waiver hearing has been held at the same time or on the same day as the levy hearing. So this is simply a request to have a waiver hearing on December 15th. If you recall, in prior years, 3 years ago, we applied for, with the legislator, a 3-year waiver of the Statement of Annual Affairs, the publishing of the Statement of Annual Affairs, so that the district could save the cost of not having to publish that massive document, rather just simply put that document on our website. And every single year, that has been approved by the legislator. And a few years ago, I said, well, instead of doing it every year, let's just ask for a 3-year waiver. And they approved a 3-year waiver. Well, we can request up to a 5-year waiver, and having 8 years of waiver approvals behind us, I'm fairly certain that the legislator will approve a 5-year waiver, and it all starts with having a waiver hearing on December 15th. So this will begin the process of that request so that the district can continue to save money on its publishing costs associated with this publication.
Questions? Reiterating, it's not that it's not presented, it's just done electronically. Writing the money and publishing.
Correct. And every year it gets approved, I always have somebody from the legislator call me, and they want to write a bill to do this for everybody in the state, but the bill never really gets off the ground. So at some point, there should just be a bill.
Okay, now any further questions? I'll make a motion to approve Statement of Affairs waiver hearing as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Guerin. Roll call.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. 16.4 is the levy hearing. Mr. Altmeyer.
Nothing really to add there, just similar to the waiver hearing. Every year we have a levy hearing. This year, we will be required to have a levy hearing because in truth and taxation, if your extension request exceeds 5% over your prior year, 105% over your prior year's extension, you're required to have a hearing. With CPI or the extension being calculated at 5%, and the increase in new construction and whatnot throughout the levy calculation, we will be requesting more than 105% of last year's extension. Thus, we will be required to have a levy hearing. We are requesting that the board approve a levy hearing to be held on December 15th, 2022. That's it for that recommendation.
Questions related to that item? I'll make a motion to approve the levy hearing for December 15, 2022. Is there a second?
Second.
Entry on that. Can we roll call?
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Garin?
Yes.
Mr. Praddy?
Yeah.
Passes 16.5 preliminary tax levy. Mr. O.
Thank you very much. I always enjoy presenting the tax levy. This is the preliminary tax levy because we're going to do this again on December 15th at the levy hearing. And because of that, I'm only going to provide some high-level points, but points to consider. But please know that these reports that you have in front of you, it's a pretty good package. If there are no changes from the counties, it will be the exact same recommendation moving forward. But we do want to have a talk about ballooning the levy, and I'll get there in a second. But the reason I say all of that is because I'm not going to provide a presentation tonight. I will provide a levy presentation at December 15th. But over the last several weeks, we have received preliminary extension reports, preliminary EAV numbers, preliminary new construction numbers from the counties. And I printed off those reports on several different occasions, and those numbers are slightly changing a little bit. So I'm also telling you that before December 15th, if there are new numbers out of the counties, what you have in front of you will change. Maybe a little bit, maybe a lot, I have no idea, but let's touch upon some of the points. With this levy, administration is recommending extending the 2022 levy with the Consumer Price Index increase of 5% in accordance with Property Tax Extension Limitation Law, PTEL. In accordance with PTEL, increases in property tax extensions are limited to the lesser of 5% or the increase in the Consumer Price Index for the previous year. The increase in the CPI, Consumer Price Index, for previous year was 7%. I think we all know that. Thus, 5% is being used for levy year 2022 in accordance with PTEL. There's never been a year for which we have passed along a 5% increase. In fact, as part of your levy package, I did give you the historical listing of CPIs used in accordance with PTEL over the years. And the last time, the highest we've been over the last 12 years is 3% in 2011. And in 2007, the highest it's ever been was 4.1%. But if you look at page 3 of your memo and you look at the list of historical CPIs, you can see a lot of very low CPIs, from 1.7% 2012 to 1.5 to 0.8 to 0.7, both less than 1%, and then 2.1 and 1.9, and so on and so forth. So there's never really been a year to cover our true increase in expenses as a district. And when you think about our district, we know, right, we have union contracts with step increases or step increases of 3.5%. We know we have health insurance increases of sometimes over 5% a year, and that's not just us, that's nationwide. We are seeing expenses rising at a much higher rate than the CPI percentage that we've historically passed here, which is why we are also asking that this year, this is a year for which we are allowed to pass 5%, and based on our financial position and based on our financial position over the next 5 years, I believe we need to pass this along and ask for the 5% extension increase. So touching upon a few points within this tax levy summary, with EAV and new construction using these preliminary reports, EAV before board of review is expected to increase 8.48% to approximately $1.6 $8 billion. So it's pretty good from last year's $1.55 billion in levy year 2021. Estimated new construction per these preliminary reports is approximately $24.4 million versus last year's $16.62. So that came in higher than anticipated. But actually, I kind of did anticipate a much higher number this year because impact fees over this past year, well, impact fees came in at $871,000 versus fiscal year 21's impact fees of $368,000. So that specific increase in impact fees tells you that's the new construction we're seeing in this levy year on this report, because the majority of that $24 million new construction number is in fact residential homes. As a result of the increase in EAV, as a result of new construction, the tax rate is coming down a little bit, driven by an increase in assessed values combined with that 5% extension rate. The operating fund's capped tax rate is expected to decrease 1.79% to approximately 4.45, down from last year's 4.53. And then lastly, talking about ballooning, consistent with prior year, the levy is ballooned 1%, so that if new construction comes in higher than the estimated $24.4 million, the levy request will be enough to cover any underestimate by the county on new construction. With that 1% balloon, the levy is in excess of the current estimate by $751,000. Reverse engineering those numbers, that $751,000 equates to an additional $16.8 million of new construction. So in other words, new construction would have to rise to almost $41 million from the $24 million for us. To essentially what that means is to leave money on the table. So if we don't balloon it enough and new construction comes higher, the district wouldn't be capturing all the property tax revenues it could have otherwise captured. So that's why we ballooned the levy. Last year we did balloon at 1.5%. This year I dropped it down only because the new construction number is already high, and I don't believe it'll get anywhere near 41 million. But it is the board's choice as to how much to balloon.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ed.
No, you're totally fine, Paul.
So to avoid a public, worry or concern, the whole process of ballooning is precautionary in nature, not tied to anything, or not, how should I say, or just leave it, it's not an actual number, it's a precautionary number to make sure, as you just said, that there is no money that's left on the table due to new construction.
Due to estimates that you've been given on new construction, becoming actual numbers that are higher.
No, it's the clarity of what the number actually means, because I know in some circles, when people do an excessive balloon, it tends to send people into a very big sphere of concern. And that's what I'm trying to just.
Correct, yeah, there are some districts that balloon 15, 20%.
Right.
And then the paper gets a hold of it and it says, the school district is asking for 20% more money than prior year. And that's really not what we're doing, because we're limited to that 5%, we're limited to the lower of 5% or CPI. So that is a very good point.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that that's absolutely clear to people who are paying attention or listening tonight.
So with that, at this time, having those facts in front of you, is the board comfortable with a 1% balloon moving forward for the levy hearing on December 15th?
I'm gonna break with tradition and be good with it.
Yeah, because you.
Oh, I remember. I remember. Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I think the likelihood of it being off that significantly really low.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Otherwise, I ask you to approve the preliminary 2022 tax levy.
So the only other thing, and it's really not part of this discussion, but I do want to highlight that we, at a later date, which will affect ultimately the extension of this levy, we are going to be providing some property tax abatement. We'll have to have a discussion on the dollar amount, but it's our intention because the CPI is so high that when we were doing the reduction in our registration fees, we also promised the community at large that we would allocate some of it. So we will come up at a later date because we won't have to give that number, but we'll probably have a discussion maybe in December about it.
Yeah, that was my anticipation, was the committee of the whole meeting on December 3rd. Yeah, I can tell you right now, the board has approved a prior dollar amount of $725,000 to be used. And we may have some other opportunities to maybe abate some additional dollars, but that's for board discussion. But that amount, $725,000 to $750,000, approximates a little over a 1% reduction in the impact of that extension increase. So a 5% extension increase can effectively come down to a 4% with a $725,000 abatement.
Right. Yeah, and the bond piece of it, I think, too, provides a slight. We got it. I'm trying to remember. Maybe it's not this year.
Yeah, it's not this year. That'll
next year.
It'll be
You're right.
a year or two down the road.
Correct. We will do what we can to mitigate to a certain degree these increases to try and soften the blow that is there for our local taxpayers.
Correct. And generally, the timing of those abatements would be in the months of January and February after the approval of the levy, and then we'll bring to the board an abatement resolution in those months so that we can file those timely before the levy is signed off, the extension is signed off.
Okay. Not what we're voting on right now, but I just wanted to remember that that's part of the equation here.
Would it be possible or favorable to be that topic somewhat part of that hearing discussion that day?
Yeah, he was saying he was going to bring it.
No, but for the hearing itself.
Yeah, he'll bring it.
I think it's
Probably, yes.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and based on what we discussed at the committee, we can certainly bring that forward for the hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So is there any further questions concerning Mr. Altmeier's recommendation on this preliminary tax levy? Again, this is his first run, but this is probably what he's coming for. All right. Changing information. Right. Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the preliminary tax levy for 2022 as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
For Mr. Gentry, can we roll call?
Mrs. Iarino?
Yes.
Mr. Cray?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Here, curriculum.
Thank you very much. 17.1, the Illinois State Report Card 2022, Dr. McCrindle.
All right, thank you and good evening. Tonight we are going to provide you our annual update, which we do every year about our summative designation data. As a reminder, we've had one designation data since, designation since the state of Illinois has changed their system to provide different categories for schools, and that was back in 2019. And so this is the first time we've had an update since that initial system because the pandemic hit, COVID, there was a pause, and we maintained our original rating. So I just wanted to provide that clarity there. Our goal this evening is to review our summative designation for this last school year to show student progress throughout last school year and to identify areas of focus for this school year and to show you our action plan. We're not going to read all these values, but these come from our strategic plan, and they are what we keep ourselves focused on so that we can ensure that we're meeting the needs of all students always. And they guide the work that we do and the work that our teams do. We are very proud of the work that our students do in our schools. We're proud of the teachers and the staff and what they've done to help us move forward as we've tackled unfinished learning aggressively and also our building and district administration. And so we have a lot of celebrations to share as well. We are rooted in a student culture of data of learning. And so we want to make sure that everything that we're doing is based on evidence, that we align our core instructional approaches with our instruction, that we tailor our professional learning to the students' needs, that we keep our school improvement plans current and that they are followed on a cycle, and it's a continuous improvement process. And so together, when we align all of those different pieces, we do create a culture of data here in Huntley that ensures that our students are growing and learning. So as we dive into the state accountability data, just a reminder of what goes into it. The first line up there shows you our state accountability assessments for literacy and math. And at this point, that's our IAR assessment, and it's the SAT. Then we have our science assessment, which is our accountability assessment for science. It's given in 3 grade levels, 5th grade, 7th grade, and then biology. For this year, for science, we just received points for kids taking the test, simply participation. We also include the WIDA scores, which is tracking how our EL students grow throughout their progress to language proficiency. And the goal is to have students exit the EL program in the state of Illinois within 5 years of identification. The school culture and climate survey, which our students take, staff take, and parents take, is a part of this accountability rating. Attendance is a part of our accountability rating, and the way they define chronic absenteeism is when a student misses 10% or more of the prior academic year, and that includes excused and unexcused absences. That counted during COVID as well. And then the final category is our graduation rate, which we receive a certain percentage based off of simply the number of kids who graduate in 4 years, 5 years, and 6 years. And then a 9th grade on-track rate to say that students are not failing too many classes and that they're taking enough courses for credit. So all of those assessments and criteria go into our state accountability scores. It's also important to remember that many of those criteria is one snapshot of a student. It's one assessment they take on any day, and how they perform at that time is what goes into our rating and helps us define what that is. So the 2022 indicators, this is the way they break down how our scores are made. ISB has a set of robust business rules with they have a 70-page document that you are welcome to kind of read if you're ever interested to see how they calculate this. But it gets summed up into these pie charts. Each pie chart equals 100 points. Our elementary and middle schools follow the one on the left, and the high school follows the one on the right. So at our K-8 buildings, 50% of our data comes from either ELA growth or math growth. So it's looking at how a student grows from the prior year's state assessment to the current year's state assessment. 5% of that is a climate survey, and that is simply students just taking the assessment. There's just participation, nothing about the scores. It's simply just having kids take this assessment. Chronic absenteeism in elementary school is 20%. And again, we defined that earlier. That's when a child misses 10% or more of their school year. 5% of that rating is the ELPTP, which is the English Learner Progress to Proficiency. Each EL student, when they enter the state of Illinois, is given an entrance date, and the state of Illinois says that by 5 years, you should exit. It doesn't matter if you enroll in Huntley and then move over to CPS, or you start in CPS and come to Huntley. That 5 years clock begins when they enroll here in Illinois. This last year, they did add 1 more year on to that for EL students if you were identified an EL student during COVID in our school systems across the state. Then there's 5% for that science assessment, which is just participation. And then we received 7.5% for both math proficiency and an additional 4.5% for ELA proficiency. On the right side is where our high school criteria is, and you can see instead of ELA and math growth, because they just use the SAT score for their academic measure, that rate is the graduation rate, and that counts for 50% of that rating. The math and ELA proficiency are the same as over in elementary and middle school circle, and that uses the SAT. The science is the same rate. The ELPTP is the same rate. The chronic absenteeism is smaller, so instead of being 20%, it's 10% of the score. because they allowed more, they have that other little sliver in there for the 9th grade on track, which is, it's when kids are taking enough credit-bearing classes and not failing more than a certain number. And then the climate survey has a little fewer, more points over there. So then the state uses their business rules to take all of those criteria into account. And in the folder that's at your table, we did include just a chart that shows you those by school, kind of broken down. And then based on that criteria, they identify a specific summative designation. And so there are 4 that the state can award us. It's exemplary, commendable, targeted support, or comprehensive support. So here's our ratings for the 21-2022 school year. We have all of our schools, except for Heinemann, received a commendable rating. Heinemann did receive a targeted rating, which was because of an EL subgroup. These ratings up here are mainly based off of the all-student average. We also receive points for each of our subgroups at each of our schools. If the subgroup score is below what the state's lowest percentage is, of the lowest performing group of schools, then that school is identified as a targeted school. And we're going to go into that a little bit more later in our presentation. But based off of the chart in your folder, we have so many great things that we want to highlight as successes. Our summative designation scores did grow at most of our schools in the all-student category. So the chart that you have in the folder, anything in green on that third from the right column demonstrates that there was growth between 2020 and 2021 in our overall scores. So a lot to celebrate there. Chesapeake and Conley and Heinemann, Martin, and the high school had growth. Our children with disability summative scores did grow significantly at most of our schools. That's not broken down on this chart. It's in the packet in the back if you wanted to look at that later. But our children that have IEPs did grow from where they were prior. Many of our subgroups outperform the all-student average on summative ratings. It's important to note that a subgroup must be 20 students or larger to be included in that school's rating. So if there are not 20 students, that subgroup does not count in the ratings. So we had our English learner population at Levy and Conley actually outperformed our all-student average at both of those schools, which is a celebration. Our former EL population, which means that those students exited the EL support because of their access scores at the middle school, at both middle schools and at the high school, they outperformed our all-student average. Our Asian American population at the middle school and at Marlowe Middle School and Huntley High School outperformed our all-student average. Our low-income population at Heinemann outperformed the all-student average. The 2 or more races population at Marlowe outperformed our all-student average. And then the white population at both middle schools, the high schools, Martin, McCaven, and Chesapeake outperformed our all-student average. I think it's also important to note that we had quite a few schools, or we had 2 schools that were very close to receiving an exemplary rating. So on your chart, the second column from the right shows you the number of points we were from receiving an exemplary rating. Levy and Martin both were within 2 points of receiving that, and then the high school was within 4.8 points. And so while we received those, we received commendable ratings of those schools, we were on the upper end, and had we had just a few more points, we would have been up there at exemplary. Chesapeake was also within 5 points for that as well. And then the last thing to point is that the English learner population at Heinemann last year, which at that time it was 30 students, they did perform below the all students group of the lowest performing 5% of schools in Illinois, which is what initiated a targeted school improvement status for us at Heinemann. That breakdown is on page 2, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more later on. So we wanted to show you some of the data that led us to get to this point. There are great celebrations, and there's some things that we are using to help drive our continuous cycle of improvement. So each of these slides looks at the current grade level. So this is IAR, and this is for our 4th graders currently in our schools. You can see their past since they've been here in Huntley. In kindergarten, they don't take an accountability assessment, obviously, that we don't start that till 3rd grade. The pandemic began in 2020, and so all assessments halted. When they were 2nd graders, there's not an accountability assessment. But then if you can see where they scored at the end of last year, because we report this year on prior year scores, so the current fourth graders scored like this in third grade. So about 37% of our students in third and fourth grade met or exceeded expectations as measured on IAR. We wanted to drop in and show you what this looks like compared to pre-pandemic. Pre-pandemic, so in the year it would have been 2019, if we look not at the same cohort of kids, but third graders who normally perform here in Huntley, which we followed a pretty normal data points there, was 44% of third graders met or exceeded expectations. And so we're right around 7 percentage points away from that expectation of where we've been prior to the pandemic, which is really a celebration. It's not as far off as I think that some people might think. As we look at our current fifth graders, it's the same view. So they were first graders pre-pandemic. There was not an accountability assessment for them. The pandemic began in second grade, so there wasn't a test. As third graders, you can see where they scored. And then as fourth graders last year, we have 49% of them meeting or exceeding expectations. I think this is a huge celebration for growth for those students, and what we've done to really target our literacy focus and help support them through our small groups and instructional practices and materials. You can see that we increased our green quite a lot, we decreased the red a lot, and we increased our blue. And so we have a chunk of kids kind of in that yellow and orange area that we still need to hone in on. Pre-pandemic, 53% of fourth graders met or exceeded expectations, and so we're within 4 percentage points of where we would have been pre-pandemic. This is the same setup for sixth grade. Again, it's the IAR assessment. They did not take an accountability assessment in second grade. The pandemic began. You can see where they scored in fourth grade. And then in fifth grade, we're seeing that there's about a 44% of meeting or exceeding expectations. And we're about 10 percentage points away from where they would have met pre-pandemic. Seventh grade, same setup, but these students did take the IAR assessment pre-pandemic. So as third graders, you can see where their breakdown was. The pandemic began in fourth grade. So then in fifth grade, they actually did increase a little bit. And then last year in sixth grade, while the red decreased and the orange went down a little bit, the yellow got bigger and the green students went down. I think it's important to remember that this is a normal gap that we see. When kids transition between fifth and sixth grade, we see normally we do see a few percentage points of a fallback in our meeting and exceeding, which we can attribute to many different things, but the environment changed in different pieces like that. Pre-pandemic, we were at 48% of sixth graders meeting or exceeding, so we're within 6 percentage points of where we would have scored pre-pandemic. Here's our eighth grade cohort, current eighth graders in the building. So in fourth grade, you see how they scored, and the pandemic began. Sixth grade, quite a dip into where they were, but then if you can see the growth they made in seventh grade, that's huge and to be celebrated. This is something we've seen many, many years, that something between sixth and seventh grade clicks, and we see a lot of growth, and we did see that here. While we're still farther away from where we did perform before, when you see the decrease between fourth to how they scored in sixth grade, we're getting back there closely. And then our current ninth graders did take the IAR in fifth grade. They skipped the pandemic year. You can see the dip that they had between fifth and seventh grade. And then as eighth graders, 39% are currently meeting or exceeding expectations. You can see that the green got a little bit bigger between last year and this year, and the red did decrease as well. And we're currently, in prior years, it would have been at about 57% of eighth graders meeting or exceeding our expectations. For our current 10th graders, we shift to the PSAT. That's what we use. We are not able to show longitudinal data because it's the first year they take it as a ninth grader. And so we can just show you where we break down compared to the state. So we're sitting at 79% of our students meeting expectations, and the state is sitting at 59% meeting expectations for last school year. The same view for our 11th graders. So they took the PSAT 10 last year on literacy, and 71% are currently meeting the expectations in Huntley compared to 56% in Illinois. For the SAT, we are able to show you over time how we've scored. These are different cohorts of students, though. So keep that in mind. It's not the same group like the prior slides. They're different groups of kids. So we did this last year in 2022. We scored at about 73% meeting expectations. And we fluctuate from 2019, we were at 73%, 2020 was at 69%. Which the students did take the SAT that fall after we shut down in the spring that year. And then 74% met in 2021, and then we're right at 73% this year. And then in Illinois, if you remember we've had this conversation, the prior scores were the College Board cut scores. They have their own. Then Illinois sets their own criteria for what would be meeting and exceeding. So if you look here, we have about 48% meeting and exceeding based off of the Illinois cut scores, which are quite more rigorous than what the College Board sets. And there's still lots of conversations out there with other high schools and other high school districts about why is this and why is the criteria so different when the College Board is something that most states accept and colleges accept. And so that's still a conversation out there about why is Illinois doing that. But compared to other students in Illinois on their ELA assessments, it's 30% meeting those expectations. So this is a slide that we could bring back to you now this year since we had proficiency scores to see. These are comparable districts if we look at ELA across the board. If it's a K-12 district, it includes both the SAT and IAR, which most of these are, and the K-8 district would just be IAR, but the state does put them all on the same criteria wavelength. So you can see where Huntley is performing, which I think is something to be very proud of. We're outperforming, Belvedere and District 300, Canelan, Crystal Lake 47, Oswego, Plainfield, District 155, Yorkville, Woodstock, and that's where we are. And we're behind, Indian Prairie, Barrington, St. Charles, and Naperville, which are ones that we normally use to kind of set a goal for, but it's something that we should be very proud of in the work that our students are doing. Because I know when you see a percentage, it's easy to think that we're behind, but when you compare it to the other districts, we have so much to celebrate and be proud of. We also wanted to show you just locally here in McHenry County what that looks like. So the prior score was for kind of our comparable districts across Illinois or across the suburbs here. But these are all of our current districts in McHenry County. And again, we're scoring over there on the far right side. We've had conversations about, what is Nippersink and Prairie Grove and Riley doing, but if we think about size of districts and number of students and all of that, I'm sure we could drill into that a little further, but we should be very proud of where we're scoring in comparison to other schools across our county. I'm getting ready to flip to Max. Are there any questions on literacy so far? Uh-oh.
Anybody want to go? Go ahead. Okay. So when you showed the state summative designation scores, and the different point distributions for each of those categories on this chart, how do we move the needle on those to get more points? Numerically, it's there, right? Whether you're off by 1 point, 2 points, 17, whatever it is, but you still got to translate that into something that's actionable to move that needle. So how do we move that, or what kind of things can be done to help move that needle?
Yeah, absolutely. So on the chart, what we put in yellow when we got full points for that indicator.
Right.
So on the gray part above tells you how many points you could get. So anything that's not yellow is something we could move the needle on, right? Mm-hmm. An area that we've broken down as we drill into this data, and also our local data, which we're going to go into in a little bit, is our growth percentage points. That's something that we can work to increase. With that said, when you're a proficient district, because the state of Illinois sets proficiency scores, we're getting full points on proficiency at every single one of our schools. And so when you have more proficient kids, the growth is normally a little less. And so that's something we really need to hone in on to try to do that. But growth and chronic absenteeism are two areas that we really need to hone. We're going to try to set some goals on, and Dr. Zolnke's going to talk about the chronic absenteeism data in a little bit.
Okay. That's good, because that's one of the questions that I had, so I'm glad that that's on your docket. I will not ask that question, I'll just cover it. The indicator weights, we went into that. I had a different question, I didn't jot the note down, so I'll let somebody else go.
Okay.
Presentation of the data, I agree, there's a lot of positivity in what's occurring. It's again, in quick fixes, it's going to happen over a number of years, trying to get it completely on track. But it's definitely steps in the right direction. The one negative I'm seeing that I'm kind of surprised and I'm trying to understand a little bit better is Haven. Haven's usually been a really high-performing part of our district, and it seems to.
Yeah, so what happens with our K-2 buildings, this is an interesting part, and again, it's a business rule from ISB, and some of them don't make sense sometimes, but this is how they process these scores. If you're a K-2 building, none of your students take a state accountability assessment. So what they do for your proficiency score is they look at the students who are in third grade at the feeding school, so Conley, who were enrolled in your school in second grade the year before. Go ahead and follow that. And then they give you a rating. So they all receive the proficiency score there. Then they look at our third to fourth grade for growth. So how are the third graders doing, the fourth graders from that year, how did they grow between third and fourth grade? When we drill into our local data, you're going to see that our current fourth graders, who were first and second graders during the pandemic, we are seeing some issues coming from there. So McCaven and Chesapeake scores come from the third five buildings, and it's only those two grade levels that kind of that feed that. And that's where a lot of our areas and focus are currently.
That's what I understand, is reading is what we're kind of, it's not right, but we're going to emphasize making sure that that's pretty hard.
For sure.
Real quick, just to clarify, so that's not going, or is that going to compound? Or you said it's only third and fourth graders that they're looking at? So if there's a deficiency, does that continue to follow? Or is that just how they measure for this, for the particular K-2 building?
Yeah, so
am I wording that right?
You are. I understand what you're saying. So what happens is every year the K-2 building cohort they're looking at is a different group of kids. So it does not compound, because if those kids grow, they don't get credit for it the next year either, but a new group they look at. So it's never those same groups of kids.
But what we should focus on, what will follow them, is that particular cohort of students. We could continue to see lower scores if they struggle, if they work their way back to that level of proficiency. So what we would hope to see, and we expect to see, is we expect to see more dramatic growth in that group as they come closer to proficiency, just the gap was bigger. So the lower score could follow that group for a few more years as we work to catch them up.
But the goal is to, you know, because we know it's not going to fix overnight.
That is our expectation, that it should shrink year after year.
Okay, all righty.
That's a point of emphasis to pay attention to for next year, how much of this particular cohort, if it's one that's a primary focus, how much of it is.
Right.
I'm going to move to math, if that's all right. Any other questions on whether?
Yes.
Okay.
The question that I had is, when you were showing the matriculating data, even though some of the kids didn't have the scores because of the situations, or they weren't required to take that test, but you showed the breakout with an arrow saying, okay, here's where we are, and then this is the comparative. How does that numerically translate to the number of students? Right, you'd show, let's say it's a 38 versus prior was 44. Well, okay, percentage points, that's fine, but what does that translate to on the population of the students?
Yeah, so that'll depend on the enrollment of that class. So
Yeah.
we generally have between 450 and 575 students in each of those groups, depending on the grade level.
Sure.
So then 10% of that population would be there. So if it was 10% in the group of 500, you know, we'd be looking at about 50
Yeah.
students.
Oh, I figured that, but
Yep.
it's looking at beyond the percentages.
Correct.
It's looking at the actual head counts of what from a student standpoint, what does that translate to? So
Correct.
that's all. I'm just curious overall, you know, what those numbers look like as opposed to just straight percentages constantly.
Yeah, I don't have it in this, but we can definitely give you that for sure.
Not a problem, thank you.
I know our MTSS teams, they use this data and they get really into that and they know which groups of kids they're using. They do an excellent job of doing that process, our MTSS facilitators, so we have all that for sure.
No doubt, thank you.
Yeah. So as you look at math, it's the exact same setup of those cohorts of data. So here's our current fourth graders and how they're scoring. Overall, you're going to see that our math scores are bouncing back more quickly from COVID gaps, unfinished learning, than our literacy scores, which we talked about before. That's to be expected. And so our current third graders did not take accountability assessments in kindergarten. The pandemic began. They did not take one as second graders. And so they're currently sitting at about 52% meeting and exceeding expectations. And we actually are outperforming where we did pre-pandemic as third grade group, which is interesting just to note. We're going to watch this group, of course, and see why that might be. But these are kids who learned remotely online for multiple years, and math, you know, they stuck with them. Our fifth graders, the same setup. So first grade, they did not take the accountability assessment. The pandemic began as second graders. And third grade, you can see where they scored. And we did get about 2 percentage points bigger on that green area. And so about 45% are meeting and exceeding. But you can see the red decrease a lot down there, and that orange is going down. So our yellow group is getting a little broader. And Mr. Torrey, to your point, it would be nice to know the number of kids that is, because I would guarantee that our elementary teams are focusing in on those groups right now. So we're very close to where we were pre-pandemic, where pre-pandemic 49% of our fourth graders did meet or exceed. Here's our current sixth graders, no accountability assessment in second grade. The pandemic began. And then in fourth grade, where they scored, and where they're scoring here in fifth grade, we have some growth there at 45%. And you can see the blue grew up top. So we had more kids move up into that exceeding range, which is exciting to see. And then pre-pandemic, 56% of our fifth graders met or exceeded. Here are our current seventh graders. And third grade, you can see where they scored. The pandemic began. You can see the dip in fifth grade of where their scores went. And again, we see a decline here in sixth grade with our math scores, but as we've talked about before, that transition between fifth and sixth grade is something that we see this normally, and we need to figure out how we can minimize that. But in the past, 38% of sixth graders met or exceeded, and so we're about 6 percentage points off of that. Our current eighth graders, this is how they scored in fourth grade pre-pandemic. Then the pandemic happened, where they scored in sixth grade, and then you can see that their seventh grade scores are getting better. The red decreased. We have more students up there in that blue area, and the orange is getting a little smaller. That yellow is getting bigger, which shows that our interventions are hopefully working in our targeted instruction. And then pre-pandemic, about 39% of seventh graders met or exceeded expectations. Our current ninth graders, this is how they scored in fifth grade. The pandemic began as sixth graders. You can see the dip in seventh grade, but we've had some growth between seventh and eighth grade to 27% meeting and exceeding. And here we have a larger gap of that 43% of eighth graders met or exceeded pre-pandemic. I think Dr. Rowe and Mr. Quagliano, you both talked about the math instruction going on up at our middle schools, and we're very excited to see that and the impact on our data. We've noticed that math isn't something we wanted to focus on pre-pandemic, but it's something that we're honing in on now.
Wait, I know where you're going here. I do want to point out, I know I had to step out when we first started. This is all assessments from the spring of last
last year, correct?
Correct.
We're doing our own math testing currently, and so we got a pretty good.
We are.
Yeah.
And we're going to show you a little bit of that now.
Okay.
Mhm. And then 10th grade, just like with ELA, we switched to the PSAT. This year, we have about 55% of our students meeting expectations compared to the state, which is sitting at 37%. In 11th grade, we're sitting at 41% meeting expectations compared to the state sitting at 32%. And then this is the College Board scores over time, so 4 different cohorts of kids, not the same group, but how we scored. We started in 2019 at 53% meeting, we dipped down to 46% in 2020, and if you remember, they take the SAT, they took that in the fall of 2020 versus the spring of 2020. The 50% met in 2021, and then this is a huge celebration of 59% met this last school year. So we're very excited about seeing that growth. And then that same breakdown about if we were to look at the Illinois cut scores, we're sitting at 54% meeting or exceeding those expectations versus the 30% meeting or exceeding expectations at the state level. Our comparable districts, the same districts that we had on that first slide for literacy, and we're scoring over there on the far right, right behind Barrington, Indian Prairie, St. Charles, and Naperville. Crystal Lake 155 and us are neck and neck, but we are right there. Oswego, Yorkville, Canelan, Plainfield, Crystal Lake 47, Woodstock, District 300, and Belvedere. We're outperforming all of them. And here we are in McHenry County across all the other schools in McHenry County. You can see we're on the far right, one away. Richmond Burton is a high school district over there. So they're the only ones outperforming us.
Thank you, Dr. McCrindle. These next few slides really kind of couple themselves together between graduation rate and freshman on track and chronic absenteeism. I'll kind of talk about all of them together here in these next few slides. Really, obviously, our purpose here is to graduate students college and career ready, and this is just a huge celebration. It's been a major focus of work in years past of really pushing the students across that finish line for the graduation rate. We've received all of our points here for our graduation rate, and it's a tremendous accomplishment from our teachers, from our high school administration, student services, in terms of our students being successful in a 4-year graduation rate. Moving forward, we're taking a look at our 9th grade on track, and as Dr. McCrindle was talking here, and not to get too deep into the weeds in terms of brain neuroscience thinking, but outside of birth to 3, the biggest amount of brain growth that we ever have is 11-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 2 transition points. And when we look at those 2 transition points that we have, our 9th graders are an area that we can continue to focus on. So that score really comes from taking all of the credits that they need as a freshman, but not having an F in more than one core class. So taking a look at that data, having an opportunity to run that through our MTSS structures. We have new pod structures at the high school, which will be a major part moving forward. It really gives us an opportunity to look at our dashboard that we run weekly to see where our students are at in the terms of all of their credits, their grades in particular, but then also looking at their 4 core subjects as well too. So trying to put some structures in place to supplement. It's an area that related to grades, and then to the next slide, if you could, Dr. McCrindle, grades and attendance are going to be really the number 1 and 2 indicators of graduation rate. So when you look at the kids coming in at an 85% or so rate and then leaving at the rate that they did, we're closing the gap at the high school. We want to be able to be aggressive with that at the freshman year as quick as possible. We recognize in terms of chronic absenteeism, obviously a huge jump, and we can see this from a variety of ways. The first and most obvious is the impact of COVID. the impact of quarantine, the impact of students being out sick. The state also allowed mental health days up to 5 days last year. That factors in. Simply telling students if you're not feeling well to stay at home. The role of the parents and attendance, those things have changed. We're going to have to wrap our arms around chronic absenteeism. We've seen it across the district. We're going to need to look deeper at our structures on a more consistent basis in order to really dig into this. I think we'll obviously flatten out a little bit more. We shouldn't see this drastic increase, but we're going to need to take some time around this, working through our MTSS structures. It always comes down to great relationships with school and home. I think we need to really, focus in a little bit more on the chronic absenteeism part of the equation. But when you really look at graduation rate, you look at freshmen on track, and you look at chronic absenteeism, they really all go hand in hand in hand. And if you could, especially at the high school level, if you can get our kids there as freshmen and performing well with really a C or better in all of their classes, then we're really on that right track, and it's not as far as a gap to close. Mr. Troy, I knew you had a question on chronic absenteeism, if this is a good time for you.
Yeah, so one of the things is, and I think you touched on this, but what are the components that feed that chronic absenteeism? You mentioned the mental health days. Is that something that's incorporated into this calculation or this number, or is that not part of absenteeism? Because that's a recent change.
Yeah.
It is. Any absence.
Okay, any absence.
Excuse or unexcused.
Okay.
It really is in any absence. So
that changed in the last, I don't know, what is it, 2 years? That changed.
Yeah, it did. But
Fused this a little bit.
And this huge jump, remember, 2021, it was 14 days if you were a close contact.
Right.
Right? 14 was, I blocked that from my memory, I think.
Yeah, well, from
13
anywhere,
days.
it could have been anywhere from that to up to 21, 28.
So you remember public comments and the stories, the horror stories of a child that was quarantined, came back, exposed again, and had to be out for a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, the days pile up super fast. And then 2022, that didn't change until January, really. It was shortened to 10, and then it was eliminated eventually in January. So we were fighting an uphill battle from the get-go. Our hope is with that removed, we'll see it start to decline rather rapidly, but we're monitoring month over month and building that system to check ourselves, and then if we're starting to see it not do what we think it's going to do, then our level of intervention will change pretty drastically. This is not acceptable for us.
Because there's one of the reasons that I asked is there are certain components of this that we can control,
Right.
and then there are things that we just can't. So when we're getting information that says, here's your mandatory quarantine, here's this, go ahead and take mental health days, it's okay, you start factoring that into, we can't control this, we can't control this, we can't control this, but we can control, item D. I don't know what it is, but there are certain things where we can work on it and certain things that we can't. So I think that's where I'd be interested in breaking these numbers down a little bit further to say, of this component of 19.6, how many of these are actually things that we can impact, where we do have some influence, whereas no matter what we do, we're going to be banging the head on the wall because these are factors that we just cannot address. I think it's good to know that, because seeing that kind of a jump, we heard a public comment about the chronic absenteeism, but without actually understanding those factors, we'll continue to hear that, but they also won't know how much of this is actually stuff that the school district can influence and help to mitigate, how much really isn't.
We could definitely drill into that further and provide an update. so you can
If
see
it's
that.
drillable,
Mhm.
if it's drillable.
It is. The other piece that, just to point out, between 2019 and 2020, you see that decrease.
Mm-hmm.
That's the spring of 2020 when COVID hit, and so no kids were counted absent. So there was that decrease because we didn't have any absences, and that was what came out to that.
I do have a question. From, when we're talking about absences, and this may sound ridiculous in a question, but can you define absence? So like at the elementary, is the absence, like if when official attendance is taken, does it correct itself if somebody comes in, student comes in late? Does it adjust, or are they still marked absent? So is that absentee rate accurate or updated? And then at the high school level, are we talking per period or an official attendance for the day? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. You're right on, the elementary attendance is based on the day. Middle school and high school are based on the period during the day. The attendance codes are updated so long as the change is communicated to the attendance officers. So if a student, if a student comes in late, those attendance codes would actually change from an absent to a tardy at that point. And a tardy code is reported to the state as a present code. So that does change. The actual absence goes away in the state system in favor of the full present when the students are so that they are updated as.
Okay. And then the second question was, when we're talking about monitoring maybe what's in our control and what's not and where these absences are coming from, are we tracking reasons other than illness or my child's taking a mental health day or, funeral, whatever it may be? Do we ever have parents beyond the mental health day saying, my kid's just exhausted, or my kid's just really, struggling? That are we monitoring reasons a little bit more for that data? Are parents even reporting it, or are they just calling and saying, the kid's not coming in today?
One of the greater complications for the school district are attendance codes. We joke at the high school, there are somewhere north of like 35 attendance codes, and it's all as a result of when blended first began. How do we track student movement in and out of the building? So you've got from, tardies to an attendance code where a teacher can place their class on blended, meaning that they don't have to report physically, to there's an excuse by parent, which is what you described, for any reason up to, I believe it's 10 per semester, a parent can, is that number right, Dr. Phelan? 7, excuse me. 7 per semester, a parent can excuse by parent for whatever reason they want. And then beyond that, it would either need to be an official excused absence or with a doctor's note first, or it would be an unexcused absence. So there's a number of layers. So medically verified is you can verify you were at a doctor's appointment, or a doctor said you need to stay home for 3 days, never even noticed. Excused absence, field trip, or some verifiable absence you must attend, that there's documentation or proof can be given. So that parent has access to their child, obviously whenever they want them, but excused by parent with no questions asked for the first 7.
Right. No, and I understand like the parent control is just in terms of what we're tracking to see where we can help improve, that element. Is that hey, my kid's really kind of
So that would be our
today.
starting point, is the number of absences by attendance code would be a great place for us to take that initial dive in of what's winning out. Are we getting a ton of excused by parent, or are we getting a ton of medically verified? Because if you go home from our nurse's office, it's going to be medically verified. The nurse sends you home sick for the day, so which would be probably the majority of those in 21, 22 due to the quarantine rules.
Right.
But that would be the first stepping point, I would think, is what would the attendance code telling us in terms of the patterns.
Right. Yeah, just piggybacking on what Mr. Troy is saying about what we can control versus what we can't, and what can we put in place.
I think just to have maybe my last thought on chronic absenteeism, which won't be my last thought after this meeting, we'll be spending quite a bit of time with this, is really recognizing anything that we focus on and have intentionality towards, we will be successful with it. And so looking at our structures with our pods, our counselors, our team meetings at the middle school that focus really, they know those kids so well, and I'm sure Amy can speak to the elementary level structures, but ultimately what gets talked about will get handled. And, I think that we can be looking at what we can control and what we can't control, who's involved in what activities, who's, what's happening with our students. They know their students so well. I've been so impressed with our teachers where I could talk to them and say, hey, let me look at this, the student, this data, and they tell me 5 things about them. We know our kids. So related to the intentionality of it as we build our systems and our processes, and I see state averages are over 21% of chronic absenteeism across the state. We'll rely on our partners and we'll rely on our people within our district in order to address the issue. And I would think that we would see some decline, next October here. And some progress, and some updates along the way from all of us.
But thank you for that.
You bet. Mm-hmm.
So the last part of the school report card we wanted to highlight for you is the state added a new category called the equity journey. And what that does is it breaks down into 3 state goals and gives a rating to each district. Our data is based off of 2018-2019 data. That's what we're reporting for all districts across the state for the first round of this. And so let's take that with a grain of salt. So for student learning, what goes into that is our kids assessment ratings that we give our teachers. They score our kindergartners coming in to demonstrate kindergarten readiness. Any of our accountability assessments fall into that category. Our 8th grade passing Algebra 1 rates go into that. The grad rate goes into that. The second category of learning conditions, these are our suspension rates, the climate surveys that our parents, staff, and students take. Those all go into that category. And then the third rate category is elevating educators. This is looking at our educator demographics, our teacher experience and expertise, so the number of masters and their credentials, and also our teacher evaluations and how teachers are rated here in Huntley. And so here is the initial view of what we scored, again, on 2018-2019 data, reported for the first time in 2022. And you can see that on those you want to be to the right. So minimal gaps means you want to be over on that side. Large gaps means we have some work to do. I did a quick look at other districts, and we're performing the same, if not better, than many of them. I didn't put those all in because there's not a good way to pull that data, but we're comparable, if not better, than most of the ones around here. But it gives us something to kind of hone in on and to see what we need to do for some next steps. We're looking forward to seeing what else this data tells us. The questions on the summative assessment part from the state before we go quickly into some of our local data.
Yes. So that last chart being the data you said from 2019. 2018-2019. Is this something that they're going to catch up, or is this next year's data going to be 3 years in the rear as well? And it's going to be this offset of 3 years is 3 years.
It's a good question. I would guess that they're going to just skip all those prior years so they didn't have enough criteria to go into those.
Yeah.
But we'll see next year. They're saying it's going to be caught up.
But
then we're just going to show a jump from 2018, 2019 to 2022 to 2023.
Because part of that craziness is also going to include the COVID years,
Correct.
like we saw with the rainbow charts.
Correct. Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So if I could distill it to a sentence or two across the whole, my impression of all this, and see if it jives with your own thinking, is it feels like, obviously, pandemic hurt. There's a dip, there's a rebuild. However, a rebuild that's not nearly back to where it was. But then when you look at the benchmarks across other districts, that same phenomena has happened, and we either are holding our own or moving up comparatively.
You did a great job.
So,
yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, fair enough.
Dr. Rowe, anything you want to add on that?
No, I think you're right.
Okay. All right,
There you go. Thank you.
So
So we did want to show you, and this will not be as many slides, but the local accountability data, because as you were asking, we have that state accountability data. The local stuff we can see a lot more in depth and be able to really move our students. We use our STAR assessment, K11 for literacy and 1st through 11th grade for math. For kindergartners, their math is kind of embedded in their literacy test, so that's why it's not separate. And that's our local assessment. We take this 3 times a year. We also use AIMSweb, which you're familiar with as well. We use that in kinder to 5th grade. We have our accountability assessments that we use as well, in addition to those local pieces to help us drive our next steps. We use our access scores to help us look at our students from that MTSS lens, and then ECRA data as well. And this is just academic side. We have our best data and social emotional data, which we did not include in this presentation because it would have been 2 hours at that point. So as a reminder, we did meet all of our strategic plan indicators using ECRA, and so all of the data that you just saw kind of supports that we're meeting the state benchmark expectations. ECRA also says we met where they would expect us to be. So this first slide is elementary literacy, and this is AIMSweb. We use AIMSweb to really drill into the mastery of foundational early literacy skills. They help us determine what changes we might need to make in our Tier 1 instruction at our K2 level mainly, and then identify kids with significant needs for intervention up in our K5 level, and so that we can know what we need to help them to target their learning and move them forward. You can see that our fall to spring scores over there, that's the percent of students meeting our district benchmark, which is set at the 26th percentile or above. That's based off of AIMSweb norms. So we use their norms and we set that there. You can see we have growth in every single area. Our goal is for 80% of our students to be in the green by the spring, and you can see in 2nd through 5th grade, we were at 80% or above. That's what the green little boxes are. And you can also see that we had huge growth last school year between fall and spring. And so, I mean, kindergarten making a 40.9% growth, that's amazing to see that. We're not quite at that 80%, but we're right there below it. Our 1st graders, and then you can see the growth gets a little less as we go up through the grades, which is to be expected because we hope our students maintain what they learned the prior year and that we're able to then just help support them along. This is our elementary for STAR literacy, the percent meeting our district benchmark. We use STAR to give us that global perspective of how our students are progressing towards mastery of end-of-year grade level standards. So it tells us, are our kids growing and going to meet where they need to be at the end of a school year? They help us predict if a student will meet that end-of-year standard through Tier 1 instruction, and they also give us a predictor of how students will perform on state assessments. Right now, we're seeing that our STAR literacy data correlates very nicely to our IAR data, and so that correlation is there. You can see our growth. Our kindergartners do not have a fall score. We don't test them the first day of kindergarten. We give them a little time to get to know Huntley, and we want to build relationships, and we do all of that, and we don't test until a little later on. But by the spring, they were at 80% meeting our district benchmark, and so we couldn't have a growth. Our 1st graders, they were at 83% meeting district benchmark. And that column on the right is the percent who met their expected growth. So just like the state gave us our growth measures, STAR says 65% of students should meet their expected growth. So in the 1st grade, we had 78% of our kids meeting that expected growth. Then you can see down in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th that we're under that 80% goal, but that correlates very nicely to where we were with IAR assessment, which is something that we want to hone in on and help figure out what we can do to support our students. We're going to flip to elementary math. So same thing, AIMSweb, and this is the math percent meeting district benchmark last year, and we use this to help us measure mastery of our early math skills to determine what changes we need to make in Tier 1, to identify our kids with significant needs for intervention, and that same percentile is set for that above or as meeting expectations based off of the AIMSweb norms. And we can see all of our students are in the green on AIMSweb math, which correlates to, we saw our kids getting closer to our math pre-pandemic scores. So this is exciting for us to see. Our STAR math, this is one that we are not seeing as much correlation between our IAR math scores and STAR math scores yet, so we're trying to figure out why. And so it's something we need to, drill into and decide if there's something that starts testing a different way than the IAR assessment, then we're really looking into that on our end. But we use STAR again to provide that global perspective of how kids will meet at end of year grade level standards to help us really change our tier 1 instruction and to predict on how we will perform on state assessments. And based off of STAR, it's saying that we have quite a few kids up in that 80 percentile and above range, but our math scores on IAR were not there, and so that's something we're questioning and just wondering why. That's going to take us a little time to figure that out. So for K-5, our response to our current data is we've, and a huge shout out to our building principals, and Mrs. Moan back there. We have been providing professional learning for our staff. We completed our science of reading training to help our staff see how do we teach our kids to read. We've also connected our literacy professional development to the materials we use so that teachers see why we have the resources that we have. And then we're currently working on shifting our math practices to align to the Huntley 158 math division. In K-5, we're doing the slower rollout with the math leader group doing our math, illustrative math this year. And so we're trying to work with our teachers not using illustrative math on how they could start to make some of those changes now. We've also been very intentional on prioritizing instruction. So this summer, our principals, a master schedule in elementary is very difficult. Fair statement?
Yes, fair statement back there. And so they have mapped out the minutes of their school day very purposefully, and they've been intentional in how do we make sure that we're giving the kids what they need by, building win time blocks, those intervention times, and SEL time in that 30 minutes a day. And so it's a puzzle that they all enjoy doing year after year, and so we've worked really hard to do that. We've also been strengthening our interdisciplinary units of instruction to align to the professional learning we've received. Our feedback from teachers has been outstanding regarding what the units are doing, and we, as you know, thank you for all the great resources that we've been putting into building those. We're proud of what our teachers are doing and our students are doing with those. We're also leveraging our instructional coach support through following our student-centered coaching model. It's going very well. Many of our coaches are working with teachers, and actually we were just in a meeting on Tuesday night, Mrs. Moan, I believe, and we were talking with our math leaders, and one of the most impactful pieces of professional learning they're identifying as helping them grow right now is working with their coach. And so I think that just speaks to the positive value that coaches can really add if we have a focus and we have a structure that works well. And then our admin are providing targeted feedback through the evaluation cycle process on our initiatives, so our literacy focus, and making sure that walkthroughs and evaluations are looking at that to see that carryover. And then the third focus we've been trying to prioritize is targeting our small group instruction. And the elementary schedule, small groups have always been in place. It's something that, we run those models that have that whole group and small group time, but we're working hard to ensure that the students who need that tier 1 plus more instruction are really receiving that, and that we're prioritizing that time with the students when we're there. And so that's how we really personalize our learning to exactly what a kid needs to move them along on their continuum. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Hunke.
Thank you, Dr. McCrindle. We are using STAR in a very similar way to K-5, obviously as a global perspective and a predictor. Looks at the health of our curriculum and how to inform instruction. We recognize that there's some areas that are doing well and some areas for improvement. Our students are growing. This certainly allows us to monitor data, make decisions and adjustments during the school year. When we recognize that, what are the students being benchmarked for in the fall versus the spring, we could recognize where they're growing, how they're growing. We have a new assessment window that should be up prior to winter break. In terms of secondary literacy, we also are in year 2 now, really year 1 in terms of implementation of a common lit curriculum. So we're excited about that, matching up rigorous grade level texts in the literacy area. In terms of math, if I could just walk us through that as well too, and then I'll get into our specific responses. We have some celebration here at the 10th and 11th grade level with the students percentage meeting the district benchmark as well as growing too. And when we go back, you can think back an hour ago, to the pie charts, we think about, our students are meeting proficiency, but the area of growth. And so that's where we have to look at that, who's doing what, and then are they growing? Yes, they're growing, but are they growing at the rate that we want to be, more intense in some growth? So specific things in 6 through 12 this year, just some high-level thoughts, our focus goal setting, targeted small group instruction, and implementation of new math curriculum. I can feel the 3 secondary principals shaking their head about targeted small group instruction. We've been talking about it very, very much. Our focused goal setting has really keyed in on instructional improvement, utilizing data, both formative and summative, to inform instruction, and providing additional Tier 1 support based on the student's needs. And all of this is aligned to our school improvement plan. All of this is aligned to our strategic plan, and to our department goals as well, too. So our PLCs are all those arrows are pointing forward. In the classroom, at the Tier 1 level, for every child, especially in the areas of math and English language arts, teachers are working with students in small groups. If you walk throughout the building, you're going to see more and more small group instruction. It's a huge focus of our department chairs and our instructional coaches and our administration. We want to see more examples of small group instruction throughout, more students talking with one another, but certainly more small group instruction throughout it. In terms of implementing a new math curriculum, I think we spoke about this a little bit earlier. It's real, and we're seeing the focus on questioning and discussion techniques, the collaborative learning, the productive struggle, the communication of students across. So we have a good amount going in the right direction related to what we're seeing at 612, and a thank you to Megan Bagby and the work of our department chairs, the work of our administration, in terms of already having these things in place coming here even prior to the data. So what gets intensified and what gets turned down always is going to be based on data. We want to be flexible and responsive to it, but focused goal setting, targeted small group instruction, and certainly the implementation of a new math curriculum have been some highlights on areas of focus moving forward. I do want to take some time here at this point just to talk about Heinemann and the summative designation and a little bit of what those next steps look like. So Heinemann has received a targeted summative designation. Dr. McCrindle shared that earlier. It was related to our underperforming students at Heinemann, who are our English learners. As we go a little bit further in, that triggers a response from us and also from the Illinois State Board of Education. If you could click the next slide. So what this will mean really for us is we start looking at a school level needs assessment. We have had a number of stakeholders meeting already, multiple meetings around Heinemann's designation. There's a number of people wrapping their arms around Heinemann right now. First and foremost, their staff, their building administration, who are taking this designation to heart. We are looking to include goals to improve student outcomes. These steps are outlined by the Illinois State Board of Education. Looking to bring to you in the winter a kind of an updated school improvement plan or process that comes to you. This does trigger, this targeted designation does trigger a 4-year cycle of improvement. However, because the subgroup grew so much in that designation, we do have an opportunity for a 1-year corrective action plan. We can change what typically would happen is if you've got a targeted rating, it automatically puts you on a 4-year plan and you're that until you're not. We have a 1-year opportunity to change that in a corrective answer, and I probably can also feel some head shaking behind me that that's exactly what we want to do. When we look at how we're trying to accomplish that, Amy, on the next slide, it really comes down to taking a very deep dive into the data of all of our students at Heinemann as we've looked at scores and we recognize who our students are. But additionally, professional development, targeted language development for all of our newcomers and all of our multilingual learners will be a big part of our response. And then taking the already strong school improvement plan that all of our schools within our system go through, reviewing that plan, getting more feedback from our stakeholders, and then developing a targeted plan along with that to provide language development and increase academic achievement. And those two things are related to our multilingual learners, that language development and academic achievement. We have really 4 very specific steps that we're looking at that I'll just give you an overview of, and then we'll provide updates throughout the winter to you. Really, it's language development across all subject areas in the areas of listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And when you think about a multilingual student, those are areas that we want to intensely support. Professional development is going to be for all staff that supports students, in particular multilingual learners. We've already been in contact with providers for staff development. We've already had some staff development related to multilingual learners already. We're making data-driven decisions. We are creating dashboards for our students, understanding who they are, where they're coming from, how long have they been in our district, what success have they had, what are their scores, what are their attendance records, and really trying to create that one-by-one approach for an individualized learning plan for our multilingual learners. So there's plenty of data out there that we're reviewing. There's plenty of data that we've put together, and then we're creating those interventions and progress monitoring plans. And then finally, we have to engage families. Our families, you create kind of two-way communication with our families, share resources and activities, in order for all of us to address this issue that we have right now. So those are kind of the 4 main areas of focus. It's obviously much more detailed in here, but I just wanted to give you a high level of what is happening right now at Heinemann in terms of the response to the targeted designation. Can I answer any questions regarding 612 or specific to Heinemann?
To clarify, I mean, a group, they're taking the exact same test as our regular English students. So these, I know part of this issue is because the group expanded pretty quickly recently, so there's a lot of new English language learners in that group.
So the reason we have the 1-year opportunity for a quick corrective action is if the group grows, the subgroup grows by more than 30% in a given year, you have that 1 year out. Ours grew by 40 or 45%, I can't remember which one it is, but 40 or 45% it grew. So when you look at that collective group of students, and I don't want this to sound like an excuse in any way, shape, or form, because they're our students, we accept them, and we'll work with them to help them grow. But with a 40% growth, we don't, obviously, we don't know where they came, we know what school they came from, but we can't control what they learned when they were there. And as Amy pointed out, one of the celebrations at the very, very beginning, our ELL students and ELL students that we graduate out of the program are growing at a greater rate than the all students. So we're having success with our ELL students in and out of our bilingual program, which is something that we've been focusing on. So it gives us, I say that gives us confidence in our ability to help them grow at a fairly rapid rate. The other caveat here is, if you students are new to us, whether they be from another country, and what I calculated is the 28 students that make up this subgroup at Heinemann speak 9 different languages. Not just Spanish students that you may, people may make that assumption. It's actually Russian, it's Romanian, it's Polish, it's Arabic, it's and Spanish being one of them. So we know 5 to 7 years is what it takes to become fluent in a new language. Mm-hmm. And if they're new to the country, a couple of them are Ukrainian students, if they're new to the country and then they're taking an assessment in English when they're not fluent in that assessment, what we're actually assessing them on is whether they can read English, not necessarily the content that we're asking them to master. So there's a number of layers here But as Dr. Zumke said, we'll identify the students as individual learners, and we'll attack this and do our very best to correct this, because Heineman's all-student performance is more in line with what we would expect out of Heineman from their history over the last, which, I would say, every year they were in the top 2 or 3, if not the top middle school in the county. So I would want the targeted designation allow you to think less of Heineman building by any means. It's a challenge that lays in front of us, and we're going to help this group of students vigorously, and the entire building will grow because of this experience. Targeting on language development and how to help the English language learner, because like our entire school district, the demographics are changing. So every teacher, administrator can benefit from understanding how to help the English language learner learn. There are different layers to that learning process than those of us that are native English.
Okay, I asked too many questions.
No, not on this topic.
All right, so I need a little bit of help, because I'm hearing about state assessments and then STAR assessments, and then our benchmarks. So to me, I have this mental picture of like the Rubik's Cube, and so you have the length, the width, and the height, and you have this three-dimensional grid of components that are all feeding into this model. Which one's more important? Which one are we, I don't even know how to ask the question, but there's so many different ways to look at this puzzle. And so where's the value in these assessment results? Yes, we want to do well in the state, but we want to do well on this one, we want to do well on that one. Well, can we address all of them? Or can we not? Because it just is, this is the Rubik's Cube that we're given here.
Yeah, it's a great question. So we want to have multiple assessments to assess our learners, because one day taking an assessment doesn't really tell us that full picture. And so that's why we want all the different assessments. Now, how we utilize those assessments depends on what we're seeing from the data and what we're trying to grow. So if we're trying to look at growth within our school year with our interventions for a second grader who is struggling, we're going to look at Ainsville. We want to see that grow, because we know Ainsville is going to drill in and tell us exactly what we need to focus on. If we're looking at overall scores for maybe a 7th grader who is struggling a little bit in math on some of those standards, we might look at more STAR assessment, because we can map throughout a school year, how are you growing on this specific standard, and then see if it correlates on the IAR assessment later. And so it just depends kind of on, when you dive into each of those kids, what we're looking for and what we're seeing the areas of support that are needed to decide which assessment we're going to use.
Okay.
Well, I actually want to add to that we selected the Renaissance STAR test because of the correlation to the IAR and the SAT as a way that we can use our internal assessment structures to guide our work toward the state accountability assessment that ultimately matters. And what we're hearing is, and you mentioned the math is aligning better than the reading, or it's the other way around. The literacy is aligning better than the math at the high school. English proficiency, we saw great growth in math proficiency. English proficiency was not what we were hoping to see. And in starting to dig into that, there's some concern that it's not aligning to the SAT the way that they thought it was. So kind of digging into that as well. The other challenge I'll give the nod to the secondary, especially the high school, is STAR assessments. These interim assessments are new to the high school. We didn't used to give them.
Okay.
And so secondary students, we've always struggled with students in the middle school taking the math super seriously and understanding the impact it gives us so that we can help them. Compound at the high school being new to them. So there's the buy-in to the assessment. It's still very early in our implementation of it. So you saw a couple of dips in a couple of grade levels in terms of math and reading, where from fall to spring they actually declined. I'm chalking that up to being early on in year one and taking the assessment seriously, because it doesn't do anything. It doesn't mean anything to them. It's more about us, and we can show them their growth and map that progress. But something that it's a forever challenge for the secondary students of those interim assessments. We'll continue to work on, but we don't want to see the dips that we saw in our STAR data at the high school level. We saw that in a couple of grade levels.
Sure, and at those grade levels, the buy-in is the PSAT, and, right, so I get it.
That's why the alignment is so important, that it aligns, and we can tell them that with this, we can track how you're going to do, and we'll show that path to progress, from the PSAT and the interim between the PSAT and the SAT. So we have to tighten that up and figure out why is that gap there, and is there something we need to do, is this assessment need to be adjusted, because they promised that to us. That's what they're selling for.
Okay. Thank you, one and all.
Any other questions?
Any questions? No? Okay. I just have one quick question. With regards to Heinemann and our English learners, I know, at the middle schools, they have homework clubs. Do we have something maybe targeted if students want to partake in something like a homework club to help them? I mean, sometimes we have some math help and.
At the high school level?
No, at Heinemann. At the middle school level, is that something that can be incorporated in like a homework club a couple times, after school, just to help with that English learner? Is there anything that we have summer school?
Potentially. I mean, as Dr. Zumke mentioned, coming back as part of the school improvement plan, that when Heinemann has the opportunity to kind of build their plan, how they're going to specifically target and help these students, some of those details will be able to be shared with you. We're targeting crossing our kind of game planning for December, but maybe January, depending on the progress. But if something will be aggressive, it'll be quick, we'll come back and share that with you, and some of those details would be better in that, but I'm not sure we quite have those answers yet.
Okay, I was just throwing out ideas and trying to think outside the box as to, different ways to kind of get that help out there. Thank you.
For sure.
Any other questions? None, thank you very much for that comprehensive update.
Yeah.
And we'll move to 17.2, the Huntley High School course proposals for 2023-24. Dr. Slemke.
If you could handle me for a few more minutes, we're bringing 3 courses tonight to join 225 other rigorous courses that we currently offer at the high school, and we're proud of that. 3 courses have been proposed by by Huntley High School through their department chair recommendation, goes through the administration at the high school, the district office, administrative approval. You have a detailed packet regarding each of those courses. I have with us today Dr. Beelan and Megan Bagby to answer any specific questions regarding the course proposals. We have 3 courses, essentially: education internship, which we're very excited about. It's a semester course open for juniors and seniors. Really the why behind that education internship is we need future teachers, and our students are excited about teaching. There's a high student interest. We have a pre-internship course. What we envision around that is serving in that internship, observing, shadowing, interacting with students, thinking that we might have one solid section, 1 to 2 sections related to the education internship. The second class, and again, just overall detail here, and then I can get more specific, is our transitional English course. And this is really our another phase of our college and career readiness. We have a transitional math course right now. The goal is to have students ready for college level English courses. We give the students skills needed for English or composition courses. We're anticipating 2 to 3 sections here. This focuses in on our seniors for a semester-long course, focusing in on writing standards, gives us another option in English 4. This class has to be, we have to submit our materials to the Illinois State Board for Education. Based on your recommendations tonight, we can continue to do that. So we're excited for transitional English. That helps us with college and career readiness indicators. It helps our kids not have to go to a 4-year and remediate a English class. So this is a good addition as well. And then this one I think is really fun. I was in a classroom, a computer science classroom the other day, when we had a visit from the P20 network, is a cybersecurity course. This is a high student interest, high demand. This semester course would be open for 10th to 12th graders. It's an exciting field of work. Most likely, we'd be using Project Lead the Way curriculum and training. We're in the kind of the final stages of that. This offers us another elective level computer science opportunity for our students. Can offer a variety of certification tests. This one we anticipate at least a section, but those are the three that we would like to add: education internship, transitional English, and cybersecurity. You have a memo in your board packet, but can I answer any questions about any of those three?
Questions?
Mr. Troy, you're going to end up turning off my microphone before the night is done.
This is all out of excitement for the next three classes.
I'm quite honestly, I'm very curious about the transitional English class.
Okay.
And I wanted to know a little bit more content-wise what goes into that semester course. And is this a focus on the reading? Is it more focused on the writing? I see head nodding, so I'm appreciating that feedback.
Heavy writing.
Heavy writing?
Yes.
Because, so I'm going to go down the path of a former board member. Back in my day, in the last millennium, one of the most valuable classes that I ever took in high school, I hope you all enjoyed that little flashback. One of the most valuable classes that I took was a creative writing class for a semester. And as silly as it sounded, that English teacher taught us how to write without using passive tense and using active voice. And that has stuck with me for the rest of my life. It's not something that I do habitually all the time, but I do catch myself at times, even when I'm asked to prove things at work, to try and use that active voice. And it's something that I wish other students would be able to capture and have that sink in. One of the exercises, or one of the most common exercises we did in that class, is the teacher would put a prop on the desk, and she'd say, I want you to describe this in a 2-page paper without using am, is, are, was, were. And the one that I remember the most was this. It was like a Cinderella glass slipper, high-heeled shoe with diamond studs on it, and it was a transparent material that the foot would slide into. And so we had to put 2 pages of writing into this, and it drove us absolutely batty. Yet here I am, leapfrogging, a number of decades later and a millennium later, and it's still in my head about how valuable that course was and how I've been able to use it over time. And I would love to see something like that, whether it's in this course or someplace else, so that our students are able to go into the real world and are able to understand what that means and apply that in their daily life.
And you're exactly right. The main focus of this course is on making sure our students are ready for a career, for college level writing. And it's all competency based. There's certain skills that they will work on the entire semester, and to build on those skills so that they are ready for a dual credit composition class by the time that they are done with that course. If they get a C or higher in that course, they automatically can be replaced into a 100 level composition class at the collegiate level, and there's no need to take anything else. There's no need to do any placement exams, any qualifying exams, but the strong focus is all a writing focus, and it's really to get ready for that college level composition and to be able to write and be prepared at the career level, if that is also their passion and what they want to pursue. So absolutely trying to instill that, and then it's a competency-based sort of approach with different units, so they will be building on those skills. And so that hopefully it'll be very much ingrained by the time that they leave that course, and that they can go on and be highly successful at the next level.
Yeah, and yeah. One of the other challenges I think that today's students face that I didn't face in my generation, is the stupid little devices, right? The texting shorthand, the couple letters that are meant to stand for something else. It's the entire way of composing is just different. And so getting kids to formalize that shorthand, to formalize that thought process so that it is something that can be applied in real world writing, and I put that in air quotes, but I think it is practical. We hear public comments, when are you going to teach them about checking accounts and banking accounts and balancing this? This is one of those skills. Real writing skills is certainly one of those things that will carry on no matter where they go, whatever profession that they go into. So that's why I asked a lot of questions about this. I think it's a great skill to have and to develop and to foster in our students.
We could not agree more, so that's why we're excited to bring it forward to you this evening.
Thanks for
Yep.
providing me the details and allowing me to vent and diatribe a little bit here.
Absolutely, thank you so much.
Any other questions? Mr. Gentry? No? No? We're good? All right. Is anybody opposed to moving these forward to the board, next board meeting? Or are we voting tonight?
No, you're voting.
Oh, we're voting tonight, okay.
I have a question, sorry, I'm sorry.
No, you can't, out of order, quicker than mine.
Sorry. Textbooks, materials, that, all that comes with it, will come in the spring, okay. So that'll come out at a later date.
Follow the normal process, that'll be on display just as they always are.
Got it, all right, that's it, I'm done.
Okay, that was good.
All right.
Any other questions? Any objection to moving it forward? All right, then I would like to make a motion to approve, the three courses that were presented, for course approval.
Second.
A second, could we get a roll call, please?
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Ed, we got two items to wrap up. If anybody wants to leave, I think no less of anybody. So feel free. We're just going to approve minutes, and then we're going to go through our delegate assembly. So, like I said, I will ask.
Not you, Mr.
Thanks for warming up.
No, I won't think any less of anybody here. But thank you everyone for staying.
Yeah, thank you.
Including our public and our administration. Thank you very much. Okay, we can talk through this on our minutes here. So we have our minutes from October last board meeting. So is there any questions concerning the minutes? If not, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as presented. Second. Second from Mr. Troy. This can be a voice vote. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes. Okay, on to item 19, the 2022 Delegate Assembly. All right, so we talked about these items. Give me a second. First, foolishly,
Everybody has.
I do have my notes.
Yeah.
Hopefully somebody left this, because I didn't think we did. So.
All right, we got our form.
Yeah, you have, what do we have?
Well, I have a,
The book's on there.
oh,
Book's in our packet.
Okay, so,
okay.
first,
Oh, you did? Yeah.
See, that's
okay,
it's in our red folder.
right, okay. So we have our new resolutions, fund balances, it's fund starting in the right spot. And starting in the right spot. So when we spoke of this last time, so what did we conclude? This one I don't have a note. We were unanimous, I believe, in this. They recommend do not adopt. I think we agreed. Sorry, I'm ahead here. They recommended do adopt. I think we did the opposite, what I recall.
thought we were opposite some of them.
We were opposite.
What page are we on?
This is, page 12.
The book.
12 in the book.
This is on the fund balance, that Miller ratio adjustment that they talked about, and we felt it was somewhat arbitrary. Didn't think, right, so we didn't think we needed to be supportive of this, did we?
On the,
Fund balance, that Miller ratio.
oh, no. Yeah, we did not. We,
Yeah.
said no.
We were in no.
Yeah, we were,
So, but
we were
how do
no,
we,
no.
how do we do
It
this?
really
We
didn't
oppose
apply
the
to us.
recommendation.
We oppose the recommendation.
Okay.
I didn't
all
know which one.
Okay, so this is gonna be an opposed.
One person.
The second item was the alternative fuel school bus funding. The committee recommended do not adopt. I believe we agreed with that.
right. We agreed.
We agreed
So we
with their
support
recommendation.
the recommendation.
Correct. And then, item 3 was the firearms dealer location. They recommended do not adopt. We agreed with that, is that
Yeah.
correct?
Support the recommendation.
Say that one again, because you said support the recommendation.
Right.
Yeah, we do.
The recommendation is do not adopt.
Correct. Yep, so that's correct. So then, next item is, the financing, public education capital grant fund for school building. Recommendations do adopt, I think we agree with that. Yeah, again, if there's anybody's in disagreement with it, speak up, but this is just kind of reaffirmation of what our discussion. 5 was, school safety fund. They recommended do adopt, I believe we agreed with that. 6 was involvement with candidates for public office. They recommended not adopt.
We were,
We were in opposition. We said do adopt. That's
yeah,
correct?
I think,
That's what I got written down.
yeah.
So we were in
So we're,
opposition.
for number 6,
Yeah.
opposed, number 6, yeah.
Item 7 was mandates review committee. Resolution committee recommended do adopt. We were in
We
agreement
agreed
with
with
that.
that.
We agreed with that. 8 was financial contribution for school board elections. Resolution committee recommended do adopt.
We said no.
Yeah, I don't know that, do we have, let me take it. We recall, for some reason I felt like we were
We were opposite that, I thought.
I thought so too.
I support the adopt.
So they were adding that verbiage, correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Actually, we probably did support this.
yeah,
right?
okay.
Right?
Yeah.
We did.
It did, okay.
Yeah, we supported.
And then the current position statements that we should send.
So then we're on, school construction grants continuing appropriations. They recommend do not present.
Yeah, don't worry about those. Those are not going to be.
That's right, I didn't think we had,
But the
that's all we have to worry about, right?
Right.
Position statements,
Okay.
do we have to do anything with this one?
No. The only thing that I think that we need to worry about,
Right.
that's not on this page, the amendment at the very beginning.
That's what I thought there was, yeah, so there's one amendment.
What? Yeah, it's on page, starts on page 10. There are multiple amendments that they're making, or multiple I don't know if it's as a slate or what.
I thought they said no to that. Do not present again.
These aren't, that's just the whole package?
I think so. I think this is presented as a slate and not as individual items like per section or per article.
Do we have any, this was, the proposal needed the 2/3 affirmative vote for passage, so they wanted more than a mere majority to move stuff forward, correct? Yeah. It's probably the biggest piece of that. Not gonna be able to. I mean, I don't remember being in that position.
No, I don't remember that either.
I think their concern was that was under participation.
Correct.
Voting, so
Right.
the majority of the participants should be 30% of the school
Right,
district
right,
voting
so they,
deciding.
yeah, and I think I was okay with
Yeah.
their,
Yeah.
yeah, so we're okay with supporting their,
Yeah.
I think so, okay, so we're okay with that. I'm talking about now.
So we're supporting the constitutional amendments.
Supporting the constitutional amendment.
That is B, constitutional.
That's correct.
Not
Not the,
Different
not the Constitution.
Not the state one.
Right, okay. So, my motion is gonna be to agree to either oppose or support as we discussed. I'll commit it to writing, we recommended just now. So the motion is to approve, what we've just agreed to be presented on behalf of our school board at the, joint conference here in November. Second. Second from everybody else.
Somebody wants to go home.
So Ms. Maiorino, we can, let's do a roll call on this.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Karen?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Okay, did we decide on who is representing us? We did, okay. So, does anybody have any opposition to, does Mr. Troy have any opposition?
Yeah.
Mr. Troy representing us.
I'm happy to do it unless there's somebody who's dying to get into this electronic quagmire.
Right. So, is anybody else interested in being involved in the rush of? So, Troy, we thank you for your service. We thank you for your service. We appreciate you taking this task on as you have the last several years. So, we'll anoint you with this task. And then with that, I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting at 11:13.
Do we have to vote on each one?
No, I just stated,
No,
as we just agreed to.
we did.
Okay, got it, we did, okay.
Yeah, so again, I'll make the motion to adjourn at now 11:14.
Second.
Second, Mr. Troy, all those in favor say aye.
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 We're adjourned.
All right.